welcome to the show. It's going to be an interesting thing tonight, folks. Yep, it is. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. If you want to hit the shares, that'd be great. Thanks. We got an interesting show tonight, folks. As you see, it's going to be about these two beings up here. Just waiting for the rest of the people to come in. Adding people right now. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. It's going to be a very interesting tell-all show. We're going to be discussing these two up here. People wanted to know certain things, and I'm going to tell it because it's gone on long enough of what really happened on a certain day. Hello, Ron. Welcome. Thank you for being here. It's going to be an interesting discussion about these two. You're going to want to hear it. A lot of people are going to want to hear it. So what we want to do is wait for a little more people to come in, because a lot of people want to discuss certain things. I've been asked many things, and a lot of people want to mislead and not tell the truth about these two. And then, just so everybody knows, it's not about what happened to me that I'm doing this. I'm doing this for all of those new people that are invested in listening to that person here. This person here, which is Anuk. I do not have a problem with that person. Anuk is a very spiritual being. When I was in California, after all of this downfall with this man here, I met him face to face on a ship with her, his wife, on a ship. And they told me a bunch of stuff that they were not pleased with. And the only reason why they still talk to him is because they want him to do the right thing. And a lot of Anuk here, a lot of his intelligence is very smart. He's very logical. I have nothing bad to even say about that one. This one, however, is the downfall of the whole thing, because of what he's done. He won't take responsibility for his own actions, and he wants to lie to his people about certain things. I feel that that's very inappropriate, and for someone to be of a divine light and that unconditional love, that is not that. If you have unconditional love, you will do what you need to do to help that person, okay? He doesn't do that. And once I wait for these people to come in, I will enlighten people to more, and I will discuss the entire thing to an entirety. Every little thing that I seen, every little detail and every little comment that was made about the entire thing. And this is not anything about revenge. It's nothing about that. I feel, and the Divine Order feel, the Ministry of Light feel, that what he's doing is wrong. He's using the truth to fit his own narrative, and he's twisting it with lies and many things that's not appropriate. I feel that, I don't hate anybody. I don't. Do I hate this person for what they did to me? And the trouble that they've caused? No. I dislike the actions that he does. I dislike the action that he did and how he manipulated everybody. And I've sat here for the last couple months after meeting the real Anuk, after meeting, I guess, Source itself when I was sitting on a mountain. And I was always told, be who I am. Be who I am. Say everything. Don't hide a thing. And I know there's people in here, and I know they're going to get mad. And, I don't care. I have to say this because it is the truth. And I don't appreciate when I'm minding my own business, this man here has to say stuff, or his wife, for that matter, to other people that's not true. I feel that, let me see, I'm waiting for more people to come in here. I'm supposed to have more. They don't come in, oh well. And I know he's in here, and that's fine. I don't care. He had the chance to talk to me as a real person, and he didn't. He wanted to be a little coward and hide. I gave him the opportunity to be a real man and talk to me when I was there. Instead, he wanted to threaten me. Threaten me. I am not afraid of anybody. I wanted to express what I wanted to express on a nice, calm, peaceful thing, because he said I was his brother. He lied about so much stuff. It's not even funny. And a lot of people wanted to be deceived by that. That's fine. If you choose to believe that, that's cool. But in my reality, what I seen, my perspective, it's not true of what they did. He wants to go and tell his people that, oh, I had the chance not to go to California. Oh, I had the chance. No, I really didn't, because of the way you manipulated the whole conversation. I told you many, many times it's not the right time for us to go there. I told you. I said we should not go there. It is not time. When a certain individual was at my house, I told her too. We should wait to go there. We should wait to go there. We should wait to go there. No. I'm not taking anybody up right now. This is just talking, no offense. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm not taking guests right now. So when that person was here, I'm gonna back that up because, I notice things, and if I don't say that, then it's not gonna be the complete story. And I want to have the whole complete story here. When I first met this man here, I seen an individual and alive in the commander's life. I noticed an individual up in there. He spoke beautiful words. It touched my soul. It really did. It brought me to a new level of understanding that I wasn't able to express, and I knew that there was something about him that I needed to know. I felt a divine light and something like a connection, like a brother that I needed to have in my life. So I started, at that moment, when I actually seen him in that profile, that little box, talking to the commander, I noticed, some might think I'm crazy. Of course, maybe I am sometimes, I don't know. I seen an individual within him. When he was talking, I seen the Anuk that I admired. He turned. When his face was there, I could see the Anuk within the background. Well, as time progressed, things got dark. But no, at first it didn't. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to make it sound like it's something it wasn't. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. I felt like I was part of a family, part of a connection that I wanted to have. For so long, all I've ever wanted in my life was a family. I wanted somebody that I could spend my life with as a companion too. And that's part of this too. And I wanted that, I wanted that family. I wanted that love more than anything in this entire world. And I finally thought that I had it, the one thing I've always wanted, I finally got. And then I met a woman. She was interesting, needless to say. She kept me on my toes, I tell you that. I found her alluring. I found her attractive in many ways. And it wasn't about, for me, with her, it wasn't about her looks at all. She's a beautiful person. It was about her aura and how she projected and carried herself and her spiritualness. That brought me to a realization of how I could actually love and care for somebody. Because the feelings and vibes that I got with her were not something, I don't care if he's in here. I honestly don't care. I want them to hear this message because I have nothing to hide. I'm telling it all because this is what I need to do. And I need to let this out once and for all. I can't hold this in because it's hindering me from doing what I want to do and what I need to do. So, as time went on, I met this, we started talking on Facebook and TikTok. We talked every day, stuff like that, when she wasn't working. And it was this real good, strong connection. Somebody that I felt that I needed to have around in my life. An actual love I could feel. But for me, it was hard to express love because every time I tried to express the love from anybody, I've always got cheated on. So I had my guard up, you know? And it was kind of new for me because I hadn't had a relationship in 15 years. I almost felt like a virgin at times because I haven't had a relationship for so long, so it was new for me again. And I started to open up and, you know, be who I was meant to be. But what started to really get me is she took a 25-hour drive here. She was leery, you know, about doing the jump. I reassured her, you know, I'm going to be here for you. I will stay up the whole 24 hours. I'll be here for you. I won't let you down. I'm going to be here. I will stay up for you in case anything happens. I have extra money here that I'll help you if you need it. I know you have yours, but I'm going to be here to help you. So I stood up for 25 hours, 25 hours, until she got here. But I noticed on the car ride here, we had a wonderful car ride when she was driving to my house. It was beautiful. And then, like, she had a phone call. She came back. She got a little teary-eyed and started crying. She never told me why. And it really irked me a little. And I knew that something was up. I had bad vibes. I don't know what it was about. But it bugged me. So then we talked a little bit. She got better. Everything was fine. And about the last couple hours, she got another phone call. She came back. She was crying again. And I asked her, I said, what's wrong? She told me nothing. I didn't want to push the issue. I figured it's something she had to work through. I'm like, okay. So I decided to not push the issue. When she got out of the car, I was a little shy and, you know, and happy that, you know, she's finally here. Well, she came here, she lived here and for a little bit. But it started going downhill because of circumstances I couldn't control, which was, my roommate said to me, it was okay for her to be here and this and that, and, you know, that's what it was. But on the last hour of her getting here, he's like, I didn't want her here, blah, 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 blah. So again, that caused a disturbance between me and the roommate. He wanted a PlayStation 5, so he tried to blackmail me. So this whole time, I'm being blackmailed by my roommate. This is Anuk, and this is Rory. And this was Anuk's wife. She called herself Alanka, but I'll get to that. You'll notice later on. So that caused a disturbance between me and the roommate. And she was already feeling off. I could feel her energy, and she was feeling off. And there was a lot of tension here in the beginning. And, you know, I tried to make do with what I could, you know. I tried to make everybody happy, and I tried to be the people pleaser. And sometimes I just sat there and let things happen because I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings and what to say. Well, as the time progressed, it went pretty okay, you know. And then it started going downhill again because Thanksgiving came. And my son's mother was not very happy that I had Jess here without her meeting her first. And I got bombarded by that, by my son's mother going completely batshit crazy on me that she didn't meet the girl. I'm like, okay. So I figured, hey, why not have a peaceful dinner with the roommate, because he started calming down, and why not have, Jess, this person here, and my son's mother and my son, why not have a dinner? Well, I thought it was going okay for an instance, but my son's mother she knew I was in a relationship, but she kind of pushed it over a little, I think, because we were always friendly. No, Rory was not my roommate. I'm gonna get to Rory. I'm building up to where it is, because a lot of people asked me what the entire story was. And so I have to go this way. So I'm sorry if it's taken too long. But yeah, the dinner was very awkward. The energy was bouncing like a ping pong ball, and I knew I was gonna hear it after the dinner. And my son's mother is very touchy-feely, and I should have said something to her when she was joking with me. Like, I didn't want her to touch me, but I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And I tried to get away. But I should have said something. I should have. That was wrong. And then, the person that I was with got a little pissed off, which, I understand that, I get it. That was my bad, That was a screw up. So, give me a second. As a little more time progressed, I usually work buildings at night. I like to clean the buildings, for extra money, and unfortunately, I was working with my son's grandmother, and we were doing buildings together. And I knew that it might be an issue with that person being here, that it might be an issue when it might come up that I'm working with her. But I just wanted to get enough money. I wanted to go to California. I wanted to do that. I wanted to be in a sanctuary, because I've always envisioned me being in a sanctuary with a group of people that were like a family. I've had visions, I've had dreams and premonitions of it. And that was my true desire, I wanted to be one with everybody. A peace, big, fluffy heart, as people want to call it, person. I wanted to be there for everybody. And one day, the lady said to me, she was me and the person went to the store. She told me, the person that I do the buildings with, told me that we were going to be doing the buildings at 7 o'clock. I said, okay, no problem. I got it. I said, well, I said, I don't know, well, let me know, because I might be going out with the person that was here to do some errands and stuff. She said, fine. Well, me and this person were at a store shopping, picking up groceries and stuff. We get out of checkout, I get a text. I'm on the way to pick you up. I sent a text back. What do you mean? She said, I'm coming to pick you up in buildings. I was like, okay. But I'm at the store with such and such person I'm at the store with. She's like, well, can't she find her way back? I'm like, not really. She's only been up here a few more times, you know. I don't want to really do that. She's like, well, we're going to do buildings right now. Basically demanding me to do it. I felt pressured in the aspect I didn't really put my foot down on that either. I should have said something, but I didn't know what to say. I was at a loss for words, you know. And I asked Jet, the person that was here, I asked the person, you know, are you okay with going back? And I could tell that hold on. I could tell that the person wasn't happy with that. I wasn't happy with it. But I didn't know what to do. I was torn, you know, between, because I didn't want that to leave her there, and I didn't want to piss off this woman that's my son's grandmother, because if I did that, I probably wouldn't have been able to see my son, or something would have happened like that. And I felt cornered, you know. So I felt so bad that happened, you know, that I had to leave her there and go with my son's grandmother to do the buildings, and I didn't know what to do. And again, got screwed up, and it was my mistake in a way, but it was another circumstance I couldn't control. The background here is Anuk. This is Rory. This is Anuk's space wife. Okay, so we're getting to the part where everybody wants to know. I'm just giving the back tail here. So, as we're going on lives and we're having our group things behind the scenes about, you know, certain things, about talking about different channels and stuff like that. We're pretty connected as a family, I thought, you know. But I noticed little things here and there that started to bug me. Little comments here and there that I heard from the person that was here, and it stuck me like a knife, you know. it really stabbed into me. Like, there was a comment made in one of the lives that when we get to the sanctuary, I don't know what's going to happen between me and this person. And the way it sounded to me is if that person already knew what was going to happen. And a lot of comments were made that were directed to me. I actually started to feel like a tool at this point. But things got really bad. So we became friends, me and the person. You know, I should have listened to my intuition, but I didn't. But because I trusted certain individuals, I love that person dearly with all of my heart. I did. Probably still do. Who knows? I'm not focused on that. But anyway, certain things in the group would happen, and I noticed certain little jabs and comments were made about me and the person that I was with, and I wanted to seek some guidance, you know. So I asked Rory for help on certain things because, you know, like I said, you know, I haven't been in a relationship for 15 years. So I asked people, I asked, you know, him, you know, I asked him for help, and, you know, and his wife, I asked them for help at times because certain situations I've not had to deal with in a long time. I needed someone like a spiritual counselor. That's what I looked at his for, you know, because I admired the relationship that he and his wife had, and I wanted something like that, and that's what I wanted, something like that, you know. So, and all, me and the person that were here, it went south. So we became more of friends, acquaintances at this point, because, you know, there's too much of a battlefield with energy, my roommate going off here and there, and all of that other stuff happened. So I felt like, you know, I'm walking through a minefield at this point. But, and then here's where it gets a little to the point where you guys want to know. We talked about doing this jump. There was this jump, this jump, this jump. Let's do this jump. You know, did I want to go to California? I did. Did I want to go right then and there? No. I told the person that was here, we should wait at least 3 months, maybe wait until my lease is up before I do anything like that. And that would have given me enough time to get some money, gather together, in case something fell through when we went there. Nope. Couldn't happen. Nope. Jump, jump, jump. You need to jump. You need to jump. You need to jump. You need to jump. I was like, no. I would rather me wait 3 months, let me sell some of the stuff in my house, put it on Facebook, let me sell it, let me gain some money, so in case anything did fall through, I would have it as an emergency, you know what I'm saying? And I would have had enough, more money saved by the time when I wanted to leave. Well, lo and behold, it was jump, 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 jump. And this was back in November, so my lease would have been up in July, so I had at least 3 to 4 months, you know, to have everything planned out. I was going to start to look around for a place in California that I could afford, switch all my Social Security over there, get a place, and that was my plan, to go there. Well, needless to say, we get a phone call on a live, on Facebook Live, I think it was, that we needed to jump, and it was 7 days we needed to do this. I was not happy. I did not want to do that. And I said again, to this individual here, I said, why not wait? Mac already jumped. Sherry already jumped. You guys need to do the jump. You need to do the jump with Jess. You and Jess need to do that jump now, brother. Brother, trust me, brother. Trust me, brother. I got your back. Whenever you need me, brother, I'll be there, brother. I'll be there. I'll never let you down, brother. I got you, brother. Trust me. I love you, brother. I'll love you, brother. Is what I was living. That is what I did. I trusted him. So, time was ticking. I sold everything that I could. We filled up her car. I sold basically a car full of my stuff for a fourth of the price it was worth. That left me with almost nothing here. All my good stuff went out the door, all my collectibles, everything that was worth, that I had built over years of collectibles and years of things that I had invested in for a future, in case something like I wanted to leave here or do whatever. I sold it in the car at a pawn shop for fourth the price. I know I got totally ripped off. It was about $3,000-$4,000 worth of stuff that I sold for $300. Yeah. And it was crap. But I did it. It's on me. And then I said again, I had many conversations with this man over here. No, this one. He said, trust me, brother. You got this. It'll go fine. I got you, brother. Have faith in me. Have faith in me, brother. Love you. I had my faith. I trusted. I loved. I put all my trust in a person. So, the day came where we had to do it. We had to do this jump. We had to do this jump, you know, we had to do it. And I was actually contemplating even doing it at this point. Yeah, I loved Jet, that person. And yeah, I wanted to go to California, but I knew it wasn't the right time. I knew it was not the right time to do it. I was pushed into it by repeatedly told to jump. And I trusted him with my heart, with my soul, with every fiber of my being. I trusted my brother. My brother. I love you, brother. Those words echoed in my head. Trust me, brother. Okay. I started getting anxiety and pressured in my head about doing all this. My intuition said, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not going to go good. It's not going to go good. I ignored it. And I think that the person here knew it. She knew I was not going to do it. So she kept asking me, are you going to do this jump? Are you going to do this jump? I ignored it. She wanted me to help her clean the car out. I helped her clean the car out to a point because I was a little irritated. I wanted my alone time. And I was pressured into it, I feel. So I helped her. Regardless, I did. We crossed the parking lot one day. Later that night, I guess the night before, she asked me, are you going? Are you going? I didn't give an answer. I did the Undertaker move. I went, yeah, we're going. That was my sign. Just walked away, did this. I had nothing else to say. I didn't agree with it, but I was going to do it anyway, to a point. I just needed to get over, I thought it was maybe jitters or something, but I kept hearing that, my mind was swimming at that point. So I smoked in my bathroom. So I was smoking in the bathroom. This person comes in. She was doing her makeup at my kitchen, at the bathroom sink. And I was sitting there smoking, trying to get a peace of mind to figure out, do I have enough courage to do this? She did the jump. This was playing in my head. She did the jump to me, so I'm going to need to do this jump. Rory's telling me I need to do this jump. I'm going to have to do this jump. I'm going to have to do this jump. I'm thinking and contemplating this at this time. Well, she says to me, I need to know if you're going to do this jump. Sherry did the jump. Mac did the jump. Sherry did the jump. We need to do the jump. They're counting on us to do the jump. We need to do that jump. We need to do that jump. I heard her say that, and I could feel her energy, and it was quite overpowering, and I could feel her desire. And despite what I was thinking in the back of my head of not doing it at all, I decided, you know what? She did the jump for me. The least I could do is possibly do it for her. I knew I shouldn't have. So the entire time, Mr. Rory here and the rest of them tell me to do the jump. Do this jump. You need to do it. It was pounded in my head. And then I'm playing this all in my head when I'm smoking. Oh my God, I'm going to have to give up everything. I'm giving up my son, everything I own. And I'm still in love with this girl that I'm friends with. I have a brother, a family that I need to go to. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? And without thinking, I packed my stuff. We got in the car. We drove. She needed to get the car fixed. We drove to Roanoke. Well, she drove to Roanoke. I couldn't drive. And when we got to Roanoke, the car dealer, the car mechanic, said to us, don't drive the car to California. You have You have about $650 worth of damage to the car. Your front axle's hanging off by a thread. He said, it's not a very good idea to drive this car at all. You should not drive the car all the way out there. It's unsafe. Maybe later. And I thought, well, you know, maybe it's not a good idea. And when we walked out of the, she decided she wasn't going to get the car fixed and we were just going to go. I said, are you sure about this? I looked at her. I said, are you sure about this? She said, I'm sure about this. I trust in Rory. He hasn't let me down. Despite that, we drove to California. We had some interesting trip, me and this person. It was quite interesting, quite enlightening, quite fun. We've seen many things on the trip here. And then we were told before, as we're on the trip or before the trip, I can't remember, that we were going to get a place, an apartment over in California, and Rory here had it set. He had it set where we were going to get an apartment or a house over in California. That was cool. I believed him. And I got it. I thought, cool, man. He's hooking us up. We got this. We're going to do this. I started to feel more relieved, more happy and less stressful that was going to happen. That we're going to have a safe place to go to, despite me saying, why don't we go to Mac's house? Or all these other things that I had said before. In the conversations, he said he's got a place for us. So I said, okay. So we went, drove to California. We hit Nebraska. She decided to stop because she wanted to go there. She drove really good. I wouldn't have done the trip with anybody else, to be honest. It was a great trip. She, like every trip, we had our ups and downs, but it was mostly a great trip. It was awesome. We hit Nebraska. She wanted to stop and, actually sleep and maybe get some food to eat. And we're like, okay, cool, I was out for that. So she decided to go to Wendy's, which I've never been to a Wendy's. I find that funny. So we ate at Wendy's and we get a phone call. It was from Rory. He said the house and apartment fell through because Mr. Mac messed it up. We're not going to be able to get that place. And I started getting nervous again. Thinking, oh, here we go. Here we go. He said, don't worry. I got you, brother. Love you, brother. Got you, brother. He said he's going to get us a different place. He said he's found a hotel that we could stay at. It has 2 rooms. And this and that. And because Mac messed up, Mac's going to get the living room. Cool, brother. Gotcha. We drove to California. We get over to Reno Mountain. Oh my God. That was the worst part of the trip, mind you. I went to, as we were coming down the mountain, I thought we were in a death wish. I mean, we couldn't see inches in front of us. I had to empower her because she was such an awesome driver. I was empowering her as best as I could, trying not to make her think and be stressed out, because we couldn't see in front of us to save our lives. We couldn't see nothing. And we made it to California. Thank God. I wanted to kiss the ground. It wasn't because she was a bad driver. It was because that mountain was hell, and I was scared. I was scared for my life, because of the weather. So we finally made it to California. We get up in there. Rory tells us, "No, you can't. We don't have that apartment now because of max credit." She goes, "Well, I'll find you. We found you another place." I'm like, huh. I'm like, okay. I bit my lip, and I'm like, So we found a place. It wasn't the best place in the world, let me tell you. You had people with... It was a place to be. It wasn't a very pleasant place. It was a place to rest your head, you know. Which, you know, I'm grateful for that. And the whole time here, I had saved $1,200 for the apartment, the room, whatever we were getting. And the person that came with me used her money on the gas. And when we got here, her cards were pretty much drained. From what I was told, her cards were pretty much drained. And all I had on me was $1,200. Which I could have had more money, but again, it is what it is. So, from my understanding, when we got the room, it was going to be between... It was supposed to have all four of us on there. It was supposed to have me, Mac, the person I was with, and Sherry was supposed to be on it. That's what I thought. That's what I was told. Somebody went to get the room, came back, got the keys, we started living there. Now, first couple of days it was great. It was like awesome, you know. I'm meeting my brother that I loved, you know. I'm meeting the family that I've always wanted. I met them. Great. It was awesome. Didn't have any issues with that part of it. Me and her, however, we were bound. It was not okay. It was more of, there was a lot of tension, probably because of my emotions. I think added to the fluctuation between me and her, and the desire that I had, or have, whatever, for that person, because that person is a key part of my destiny and my future, which I did not say. I couldn't tell her at the time because it wasn't my place to tell her. But she wanted to investigate her dragon. She kept saying, Kusono, Kusono. When she said her name, her dragon's name was Kusono, I knew exactly who she was. I wasn't sure until she told me who her dragon was. When I found out her dragon was Kusono, I knew who I was and what my name was in my dragon part. It was Grimkuno. And I didn't say anything. I kept it to myself. This part of it, I kept to myself and I didn't say anything. I probably should have, but I didn't. The reason why me and her connected so much is because oh God, have mercy on me. I hope I'm oh Lordy. She is Grim's wife on the spiritual realm. If you take the words Kusono and you look at the words, you will find her name is Shakira. And Shakira is Grim's wife. She's a white dragon. The same dragon that I helped her raise to become aware of. I knew, but I didn't say anything. I kept it to myself. It was her destiny. It was her path. I couldn't say anything about it. I kept it to myself. And my whole thing is, when my being came here from another reality, he came here because he came here to this reality to create a new place for his beings, in which he wanted love, and he threw half of his shard on this planet. And through many lifetimes, through many lifetimes, half of Shakira was down here on Earth, and half of Grim was here on Earth, and they chased each other through time. One of the first times they met was back in the land of Kem. She was a high priestess. So wasn't this person's wife was a high priestess. He was my brother. He was the king of Egypt. I was the king of Atlantis. I was King Nauru. We were brothers. We were two individuals that wanted to do the best for humanity, but we became two separate families and we fought again. And this is part, I don't know if he knows it, but I do. I've been there and I replayed it. That his desire caused him to go on a war path. He sank Atlantis as my brother. I drowned in Atlantis. I seen it. I was pulled into the land of Egypt by the waters that were left. So later on, I knew this before. I had to go through and see how this was going to play. So now let's jump back into the future. When we came here, we were in California. Things were going, at an okay pace. Then, Sherry, she wanted to get her medications. And she would ask certain individuals, or certain individual, that she needed to get the medication. She wasn't able to get it. So she started going a little berserk. She went a little berserk, and she got out of control. And the way the sleeping arrangements was Sherry and another individual were in a bed. Me and somebody else were in another bed. I was in a sleep. I woke up to somebody feeling like somebody was choking the life force out of me. Somebody was choking me. I woke up. I seen Sherry jump off the bed like a scared little girl in a chair curled up, like a 6-year-old that was being essayed. I said, what in the hell is going on here? This one person saying, it was a mistake, it shouldn't have happened, I didn't mean for it to happen. I didn't know what to say to any of it because I seen it and I'm like, whoa, what the hell? I was shocked at this, So I didn't agree with what happened in the situation. I wanted to keep my peace and let it play out. As things progressed, the situation with Sherry and them got a little out of hand and went a little berserk. It wasn't handled right. And honestly, there should have been more discussions about it at an equal level, but there wasn't. It went totally berserk. Sherry ended up getting kicked out. Well, first she left or kicked out. I can't remember at this. I think. I'm just trying to remember. Sherry left because of the person I was with, because they couldn't get along, supposedly. So Sherry left. She roamed the streets. She came back that night, cold. It was really cold out there and it was rainy. She came back to come in. I was half asleep. Mac answered the door. She wanted to come in. He told her no. She wanted to go to the bathroom. He told her no. He shut the door, locked it in her face, kept her outside, in the rain, in the cold, left her out there. She wandered the streets, homeless. Needless to say that Sherry did not deserve that. That was handled wrong. For everything that she did for you, Rory, you, Rory, every time she went to your house, what did you ask her to do, Rory? She spent her food stamps to get you $50 or $60 or $70 worth of pizza, Rory, every time she went there. She did it because she was part of the family. Did you do this? Did you care? No. You gave no remorse. You tossed her on the street like a piece of trash. You didn't offer to help her. You did absolutely nothing. That is not love and light, and that is not showing kindness. That was disrespectful, rude, and inappropriate. You should have handled it differently. being a leader and being the person that you were claiming to be, a guide for the people that you wanted to jump there. The people you wanted to jump there, you should have reached out. You should have helped them. You should have, in that aspect, you should have came down and said, look, I'm going to help you. Let me figure out what's wrong with Cherry. What's your guys' take on it? How do we deal with that? And did you? No, you didn't. You did it the way you wanted to do it, which was very inappropriate. You blamed her for it. It wasn't her. It was the other person. You wanted me to agree with you. And because I didn't agree with you on how it happened, you didn't like it. You were pissed off at it because I didn't agree with you. I wasn't going to follow that narrative. I was not going to do it. I want it handled appropriately. Should the police been involved? Maybe. Maybe it should have. But it could have been handled in a better way. Instead, you threw her out on the street like a piece of trash. The person you wanted to jump, what happened to her? She lost everything. A whole storage unit of food. No, a whole storage unit of her personal items. Her parents' ashes. All of the stuff in the apartment. With all that. What happened? Everybody, they kept it. Or tossed it. Now, I didn't agree with that narrative. I tried to express it to you. You didn't want to hear it. Your way or no way. Always your way. It didn't matter what anybody else said. You didn't want to hear it. You wanted it to fit your narrative and the way you possessed it to be. Now, as time went on, a week later, we had two people come down. Mrs. S and Miss D, I'm going to call them. Wonderful people. Why, the person I was with decided they just wanted to be friends. Nothing more, nothing less, just friends. Okay, that's what I was told. That's what I'm going for. And that's what I'm going with. So, when Miss D and Miss S came down, I wanted to know them not just as a person here I'm talking to you on the phone, you know. I wanted to know the people on a personal level. Miss D was too busy talking to Mr. Rory here, so I started talking to Miss S. I don't want anybody kicked out. I want them blocked. If they get too out of hand, kick them out. I don't care. But I don't want everybody, I want them to hear this message. So I didn't think that I was putting too much into it. I was being friendly to Miss S. I thought she was a nice individual, and I was treating her like a sister. She's a wonderful person, a beautiful person, but was I attracted to her? No. I was not attracted to Miss S. But unfortunately, from what I was told, that the person I was with as a friend was pissed off at me because I was all over Miss S, supposedly. Because I didn't want to talk to the one I was with because we were just friends. She wanted to do her thing. She didn't want to come near me in any conversations. I didn't want to sit alone. I wanted to talk to somebody. I wanted someone to talk to me, as even a friend at least. I felt like an outcast. So I was talking to Miss S. Looking for a connection, someone to talk to, you know, as a friend. We got along great. A couple days later, I'm told I'm all over Miss S. I have an infatuation with Miss S. And excuse my language, I was plainly, bluntly told, how would you feel? This is the part that gets me. I said, I don't understand what your deal is. You said we were just friends. We were just friends. What's the problem? She goes, I only said that because I wanted to see how you were when we were together, because you didn't put me as the main focus in your life. And I was letting you out on a leash to see how you were going to act with other people around. And I thought, what the hell? I didn't even do anything. And then she said, how would you feel if I effed Mac? How would you feel? Well, how the hell do you think I'm going to feel? You know? How do you think I'm going to feel if you did that, knowing that I have feelings for you? Again, that was a knife wound in my heart. And this whole time, I thought, after I heard her say that, I'm like, huh. I was beginning to understand certain things. It didn't come to me quite yet. I was starting to figure it out more on where she was coming from. A little later on, as more stuff was hitting the ground, everything started going south. People were arguing left and right. There was a separation in the group. People started to fight each other about certain things. Some of them I had no part of it. A lot of the other members went off on their own because of stuff that he was saying they didn't agree with. And it started to be a big controversy between the group. I was minding my own business to a point. I didn't want to be involved in that to a certain aspect. I was looking for someone to talk to. So, during the time of me knowing that I kept having visions and dreams and premonitions that I need to get the hell out at this point, because it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to stay to myself. So I started talking to some of the other members in the group that had left, because I needed to confide in somebody and someone to talk to, because I felt alone. I started talking to them about other things. We weren't even talking about the group most of the time. We were talking about Christmas things, anything to get my mind off of the situation with Jess, the person, and the situation with Mr. Him over here. I didn't want to be a part of anything. I wanted to figure out everything on my own, with my own way. And I wanted to have my time to think. Well, as the story plays out and as things were happening, I was talking to somebody. I didn't want to talk to anybody in the group for a moment. I wanted to talk to an old friend of mine. A friend that I've known for 35 years. So I was on a phone conversation with one of my friends for 35 years, and the person I was supposed to, I don't know, the person that I had desired was inside her car, smoking, talking to the group or whatever she was doing. I wasn't really focused on whatever. She was out there doing her thing. I was sitting outside, just talking to my friend. She asked me what was going on. I told her. I vented my thing with her, and I told her, you know how I am. Whenever I'm with somebody, I focus on them. I'm not a cheater. I'm not with somebody. I don't play games. When I'm devoted to somebody, I'm totally devoted. And I'm frustrated, Ange. I'm frustrated, Angie. I'm really frustrated. I'm hurt. Can you help me and guide me? So we were talking, and my voice got a little high up there. It did. I ain't gonna lie. And she might have heard me in the car. I was getting a little irate because I wanted to express myself. I should have walked across the parking lot, but it was raining and I really didn't want to go all the way out in the rain and do this discussion. So I sat outside, and she walks by when she's on a live with them people. She points the camera at me. And I'm like, I don't give up who hears me. I'm talking to my friend that I've known for 35 years. And how am I not be able to express to myself, to my friend that I've known for 35 years about what had happened to me? Of course they were flabbergasted. I'm looking at all these people online that were in this collective. They looked at me and they were shocked because I totally went off. I lost my shit because I was in a private conversation that was being exposed to a collective of people that it should not have been. It was me talking to somebody outside of the group, someone that I needed to confide in, that I was completely exposed, and my whole privacy was out there for all of these people to know. I snapped, as anybody else would. If you're having a private conversation, not everybody on the face of the planet needs to know. She walks in with a little smirk on her face and just walks in. Okay? I said, you know what? Fine. Whatever. So, a couple of days passed. I started having conversations with just normal people in the group again. Didn't really talk about the Rory group or whatever. We were talking about crafts and more stuff like that. And the person I was with, might have looked at it and seen it as me talking about her all the time, but I wasn't. I was more focused on trying to find a peace within myself, a calmness within the wave of betrayal from my brother, who will always be there, but wasn't. I had nobody. I'm in the middle of California, spent all of my money on a room, come to find out that wasn't even under my name. So I had to bite the bullet and try to keep the peace, and that's what I did. I tried to keep the peace because I did not want to be on the street. I shut up. I didn't say anything to her. I tried to avoid her at all costs. I didn't really have conversations with any of them in the group. I tried to just bite the bullet until the first, and then when the first came, I was either going to fly out or go on my own way and do something. I don't know. But that was the 1st of December. I was going to do that. Or was it the 1st something? I don't remember what freaking... The 1st of January, that's what it was. The 1st of January, I was going to leave regardless because they wanted me to go on a live, grovel, and basically not hear my story and want me to grovel on why I need and feel I need to be in the group. I needed to grovel at me. Needed to grovel to them who originally betrayed me. They wanted me to go and grovel at their feet and express why I need to be in the group and why I should do that. And then they were going to vote on it. They were going to vote on it. So I'm going to grovel and be a sniveling coward and bite the bullet and grovel at your feet to come back into a group just so you can vote on it and vote me out and make me look like an ass? Sorry, I'm not doing that because I didn't do a damn thing wrong. And I tried to have a conversation with you multi times, and what did you do? You threatened me, Rory. Don't make me come down there. You were the brother. You said anytime you need to talk to me, brother, I'll be there. I'll be there, brother. I'll be there. I'm going to let people on. This is almost to the end. You threatened me. Don't make me come down there. You know what? You're glad you didn't come down there because I don't care how big you think you are. I would have defended myself. And it wouldn't have been a pleasant sight. And that attitude that you had, I don't take too kindly to that. If you would have came at me with a peaceful voice and a calm voice, we could have discussed this as nice spiritual men, but you took it to a whole new level, Rory. When you threatened me like that. You think from one moment that I'm going to let you talk to me like I'm a child? And the way you belittled me? Really? We haven't got to that part yet. We're out getting to that. So, we went down one day, a little before all of it, before the whole little battle. This was one of the things I forgot to mention, that I went over Rory's house when we were still in almost towards the end of it. And we wanted to discuss the whole me and this other person thing. We sat there. And in the back room. And every time I tried to speak, I was called, shut up, don't be an asshole, you're being stupid, basically belittling me and pointing at me like, I don't even know how to explain it. Every time I went to speak, I was told to shut up. I was not allowed to say anything. He talked down to me, and he wouldn't let me talk no matter what I had to say. I looked at her, and she went off. I couldn't say anything again. So for about 30, 40 minutes, I was talked to, and I wasn't able to say a word. So I had to shut up and listen and be talked down to and be downgraded and be belittled for 45 minutes where I couldn't express my thoughts and what I needed to say. Okay? So, we leave that chat. We go into the back room. We go into the back. Rory leaves with his into the other room, out of the house. of Rory's. Me and her were sitting there having a discussion. And I had to prove to her why I wanted to be with her. I had to prove that I'm going to make amends for my mistake that I didn't even really do, that I didn't acknowledge that I didn't even do. If I did something, I would have acknowledged it. But I don't see that I did anything wrong. Little did I know, the whole conversation was recorded. They recorded the whole conversation on me. She plays it back to Rory. Every conversation we had after that one was recorded. Private conversations was taken behind my back. I'm appalled by this because there was no secrecy. Everything had to be what Rory wanted. Everything had to be reported to Rory. One day she came into me, the person I was with when we were in that room. Me and another person were having a discussion. He asked me about the person I was with. And he said, did you guys, you know how guys talk, we were having a guy conversation. He asked me, did I ever sleep with that person? I said, no, we never slept together. We only did certain things. We never did that. It was left at that. 4 days later, she comes through the door asking me, with her phone being recorded, she comes in, I have a question, it's been bugging me for a couple days. And I was like, what's that? Why am I telling people that I slept with her? I didn't tell anybody anything. We never slept together. Again, that pissed her off, and she had more animosity. Again, she was manipulated and played. Again, it was another infraction to push me out. All these little actions that were happening that I didn't even cause had happened. So I decided I'm just going to go my own way. I'm going to bite the bullet until the first. I'm not going to say anything. I kind of tried to avoid anything. One day, she was in the car, I was outside. I didn't have a conversation with her for a couple days. I kept to myself and talking to people, and I kind of avoided those two. You know, I didn't even eat in the house. I didn't eat the food that I bought or that Sherry bought. I kind of stayed to myself. She was sitting in the car. She was on a live. She comes out, gets her wine, slams the car door, walks back in, pissed off. I have no idea what's going on. Didn't know anything. Next day, she comes to me. It was about 5 o'clock the next day, and they said that those two were going to go to Anuk's house, Rory's house, to have dinner. I didn't eat. I hadn't eaten. They made a supper for her and them and Rory. They were going to bring it over to Rory's house. And the Mac asked her, are you going to go to Rory's house? She goes, no. I got something I have to deal with here. I don't like when people talk behind people's backs. And I overheard that, and I knew what she was insinuating. So I knew when he was going to leave, I was going to get a thorough beatdown. So I'm like, here we go. So I started talking to Rachel on the phone. And it got out of hand. I didn't say anything. Those two went at it on the phone. I didn't know what to say. It all went berserk. Then, it's almost time. I'm going to let people up. Don't worry. Give it about another, maybe 8 o'clock, because I'm at the tail end of this. So, I was told I had to get out at 12 o'clock at night. She came to me. She said, "You need to get out now. Why don't you go live with Lizzie? I don't want you here. Get out." I went and found out that only her name was on the rental agreement to the motel. She had full control of the room. None of our names were on it. So at any time, if we didn't agree with what any of them said, they could kick us out because she had full control of the room. I paid the most money in that room. I paid $1,200. Mac paid $800. Sherry paid $200, which came up to $2,200. And 2 of the people were already kicked out now. So basically, for the rest of that month, her and Mac had kicked out. Me and Sherry were homeless with no money, with no food, and we were homeless. Did Rory care? No. Oh well. That was his thing. That was his love and light. He did nothing. Not a thing. I wanted my stuff the next day. I asked for my stuff. I grabbed half of my stuff that I could carry because I didn't want to bother up the person I was supposed to go to her house to. I didn't want to bother her. I wanted to wait until the morning. So I went to another hotel and paid the last of my money that I had hidden secretly in case something happened and it went south. I used that to get a hotel room for 2 nights. Well, I asked for half my stuff. I got half my stuff. When I asked for it, I got the stuff thrown at my door. I had a $600 monitor, a $2,000 computer, a PlayStation 5, and a bunch of other stuff. Swords, daggers, knives, crystals, pendulums, books, everything. Video games. Everything was thrown at my door like a piece of trash. It wasn't put down, it was thrown. Half my stuff was broken. And it was disregarded like it was trash. I picked up my stuff, I brought it into my place. I'm thinking about, oh, I don't care. And I had, half my stuff was broken. And, you know, at the end of the day, I had to deal with the police coming to my house talking about a raid that I had I had nothing to do with. Supposedly they got raided over there. There was kid trafficking, drugs, and all this other stuff was happening that I had no part of. I didn't know what was going on. They came to me, asking me. I didn't know nothing of it. I got accused of that. And then I was belittled more. And the police came by me twice. They asked me who my name was. I told them my name. They asked me, here's the crappy part about this is, the police came by me twice, asked me my name. And I told them my name. They asked me if I was involved with them across the way in the other hotel. I said, yeah, I know them. This is what I said. I said, we had a falling out. I don't know exactly what's going on over there, officer. I said, there was a falling out. I came from Virginia on a spiritual thing. We had a falling out with a guy, and they went one way. I decided to go another. They got my stuff over there, and we're not talking. I'm out of my own thing. I'm doing my own thing. I don't know what's going on. He said, okay. He's going to add it to the report that was processed by somebody else. So that's fine. That was fine. I had nothing to do with that. Again, I was prosecuted from them. That group of people yelled at me, belittled me again, treated me like garbage, blaming me for it, and it wasn't me. I didn't do it. So it came to the point where I had to make TikToks and ask people for help. The one thing that I never wanted to do was ask anybody for help. I'm not one to do that. I am very grateful for Jennifer, for all of the ones, Bugsy, and all of them that helped me get the money to stay and to live, for the food that they helped me with. It got me so bad that I took a knife, and you see there's a mark here. I had the knife right here, and I was about to cut down. I was about to end it all. If it wasn't for Bugsy, Gabby, if it wasn't for her calling me at that moment, I wouldn't be here today. She saved my life. She told me what I needed to hear. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. And I come to realize that this was a learning experience. Talking to Gabby helped me a lot. It healed me on some aspects to back to the stability that I needed for that time. I knew I had to leave because I was running out of money to stay. I got a plane ticket to go back to where I came. I had a plane ticket. I had enough money for rooms. So I wanted to do something that I wanted to do since I got there. And I was promised that we would go there. We never did. I was promised that we were going to go to Mount Shasta. I thought, I am going to go to Mount Shasta one way or another. Nothing's going to stop me from going to Mount Shasta. I'm going to do it. And I thought about that. I looked at the items I had left. I sold the items I had left for an Uber. I took the items that I had cherished all of my life that I had left, and I sold them because I couldn't carry them with me. I sold them to people on the street for low price, like $5, $10, just enough to get me an Uber, but down and back to Mount Shasta. I spent hours on Mount Shasta praying, meditating, seeing things that I needed to see. I came back one day from Mount Shasta as basically almost a new person. And a couple of days before I left, a magical thing happened to me. I walked into a parking lot that was completely empty. And the Palladian area materialized in front of me. She says to me, I want you to meet somebody. I hope this doesn't hurt you. I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, take my hand, brother. I'm going to show you. I took her hand. We went in a bubble, and we just kind of like a bubble wormhole kind of thing, I guess. And I was on a ship. I was on a metal translucent ship with her. We're walking down, and I felt an energy that was familiar. Every time I've ever gone on a ship, I never felt a familiar energy. I knew that energy. I knew it. I couldn't place it, but I knew it. As we're walking down the hallway, it got stronger. It got stronger. It got stronger. And I felt like a little kid waiting for a Christmas present. There was a big door in front of me. I'm like, uh-oh, something's gonna happen. There's gonna be a massive reveal. I could feel my energy was going boom, 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 boom. I felt something coming. I knew it was coming. The door opens up. And standing before me was Anuk and his wife. They were standing in front of me, right there, in front of me, in the flesh. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I froze, speechless. I was like, that, blah, 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 blah. I couldn't even speak. Alunka here, she takes her right hand. She places it on my shoulder. She says to me, these were the words she said: peace, calm, serenity, my brother. Do not be afraid. Listen to our words. Listen to the calmness, the melody. Feel us. Feel the energy that we're giving to you and the awareness that we're taking you to now, brother. She talked to me. In my mind, I could hear her say that to me. I felt more confident and I was more able to speak to the real Anuk. This Anuk. He talked to me. He said, I am a divine being of light. I come to the earth to express what needs to be done. And the way this man is portraying me is inappropriate. It is blasphemy to the divine order and all of the spiritual beings. It is blasphemy. He is not using my words properly. He's misguiding people in that way. It is not appropriate. You need to stand up and fight. And I was like, well, why do you go to him? Why do you let him channel you? He said, the reason why I do that, you might not understand. The reason why I do that is he has a role to play, regardless of what he does. And I'm hoping that one day he will come to the realization of being the person that he's meant to be, a being of divine light and serenity, and not use my words for his own narrative. He goes, if you ever need me, I will be here, brother. You have my word. Just say my name and I will be there, is what he said to me. I said, okay, thank you. He kissed my hand. She kissed my hand. I bowed and I went back to Earth. I took a flight back to where I came from. I had to repair the life that I had left. It was all destroyed because of what I had done. I had to fix that, face it all. And at this point in time, I have $4,000 worth of bills that I didn't pay because I trusted him. It was on me. My fault. I have to pay them. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't leave here. It wouldn't have happened. So it's on me. I have to pay that. My responsibility. A couple weeks as time progressed, I decided I wanted to not be associated with that energy. I didn't want to be a part of that energy. I disconnected from that energy in January after I came back to here. I wanted to be separate. I wanted to find who I truly am. And I come to realize, as I started progressing in my own spiritual awakening and my evolution, one night, about January 7th, I remember this, January 7th, I went to sleep one night. I woke up in the middle of the night. I wanted to smoke a cigarette. I went in my bathroom. I smoked my cigarette. I sat there, smoked, and I felt an energy coming. An energy of pure light, of holy, divine energy came to me. It was a familiar energy because I've so many times if I've messed with the Palladians and they've come to me, I started to recognize that energy signature. But this energy signature, this Palladian energy, was tremendously strong. An energy of the Palladians that I've felt before, but I really didn't feel the full impact of it. I walked into this room. I sat on the edge of my bed. I started to feel dizzy. It was like I was phasing between realities, I guess. I call it phasing. I was seeing everything, but it was all fuzzy. And standing before me, oh heck, hold on. I hit the wrong button. Standing before me was the 7 sisters. The 7 Palladian sisters were standing in front of me. Now, during my time with Rory, they often tried to hand me a golden orb. I refused to take the orb because I wasn't ready yet. 3 times I said no to this orb. So, back to the future for a minute. So when I sat on the edge of the bed, and I seen them before me, each of them had a different color robe. And they said to me, yeah, I'm getting there. Hold on. I'm almost there. I'm getting there. I spoke to the 7 sisters. They spoke to me with their minds. They handed me a big golden orb that was the size of a basketball. I reached my hand out. The ball hovered. It kind of looked like a gyroscope with light in the middle. And it was gold. It kind of looked like a Dyson spear, or one of them spears with rings around it. And there was a big ball of light in the middle. It came to me, and I'm like, and it just went bam, it hit me. And then right then and there, I had an awakening. And I decided that, you know what? And I understood a lot of things, that it was a learning experience that I needed to learn from, because it makes me a better person. I needed to experience that, even though it was a harsh lesson that I let happen to myself. I shouldn't look at it as, I shouldn't dwell on it. I need to learn from the mistake so I can help others with that. So I accepted that. A couple weeks ago, I had Aleister Crowley come to me again, and he keeps telling me, when he talks about Rory, he says to me, eyes wired shut, eyes wired shut, and I didn't understand what he meant. And then I come to realize when he says eyes wired shut is the people's eyes are wired shut by the truth that he's spewing, but not seeing the misguidedness behind what his words of truth. And he says to me, he's speaking with a forked tongue, and people are listening with unclean ears that are clogged by the untruths that he's spewing from his mouth. I'm like, huh. So then, another night, I talked to a giant light on a mountaintop, and this mountaintop is sacred to me. I've had many premonitions on this mountain. I found myself sitting at the edge of this mountain, and I didn't understand why. Why am I here? Why am I pulled here? And I was sitting in the bathroom, and I was talking to you like this, and next thing I know, I'm sitting on the edge of a mountain. I'm looking over a mountain. I see a small light. It's heading towards me. It's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it got enormous in front of me. It was golden. It was white. It had golden. And in the middle was a silhouette of a being. I don't know if it was a male. I don't know if it was a female. I know that was somebody from Source. That power was nothing that I've ever felt before. It was something that I've never experienced. And it told me things I needed to know and how I should act. Basically giving me a lecture and a lesson. And I accepted that. And it also told me again that I shouldn't let false prophets prophesy things that are untrue with a false narrative for their own agenda. And he also said, keep in mind, when you are, and his voice wasn't a man, it wasn't a woman, it was more of a harmonic feeling, a voice of harmony. I can't explain it. It was a mellow voice. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful experience. And I've come to realize that the whole reason for me to this is Anuk tells you the truth. He tells you all the good things. My problem is that man there. Whenever he has a narrative that he wants to push, like, I want to push the sanctuary. He has this being here. He projects he's mirroring his thoughts, his wants and desires through this being here. Which you're not supposed to do if you're a channeler. If you're channeling somebody, or you're trying to deliver a message, you're not supposed to mirror your reflection of what you're trying to say through your channel. Your channel is another being altogether. That channel has a different voice, has a different ideology, has a different perception, has a different theory and different knowledge. You should not mix the both. They should not be the same. When Rory does his channeling, it sounds the same. When I look at Rory now, do I see that Anuk in him that I once knew? No, I don't. It is gone. What he says to you guys online is a beautiful thing. But when you get in the back room, it's bogus. He has a false agenda. He makes you believe a certain thing. And how did he manipulate us, do you ask? He kept us up all hours of the night so our brain could not sleep. He manipulated us. We almost couldn't eat. We couldn't drink. We had to sit there and listen to him. He called us at all hours of the day. 24/7 we had to be up. We were on call 24 hours a day. We really couldn't sleep. And when a scientific point of view is if you want to weaken someone's mind, what do? You brainwash them. How do you brainwash them? You keep them up. You starve them from sleep. You starve them from food. You starve them for real life. That is what he's doing. And that's what he did to us. That's what he did to Hopi. That's what he did to Sharon. That's what he did to every single one of us. We fell into that narrative. And the reason why we're not in that group is because we woke up. We found out the truth. We realized we ascended into a higher existence. He said it himself. You people don't realize. He says what he is in himself. He says, I am nothing without you guys. He uses your energy because he cannot reach the frequency. He cannot gain any more. He cannot grow anymore. And for that, he takes your energy for him to grow, for him to learn, for him to do anything. He takes your energy from you like a fucking vampire and sucks you dry until you're tired, weak, you can't think, you're miserable, and you don't understand, and you're like, yes, sir. Uh-huh, sir. Yes, sir. And then you do that because that's what he does. He takes that energy and manipulates it to his own gain. For instance, the person that I was in love with, she was a very beautiful being. She had massive amounts of energy. She had a full-size dragon. She was great. She was beautiful. But guess what? He got his claws into her and sucked her like a vampire. And it's more of, you have to awaken yourself. You don't need to look to the stars for an answer. You don't need that. You want, all of you people, every one of you here, you want that power. You have that power. You don't need this man here to give it to you. This being here will guide you. The other beings will guide you. They're not here to hold our hands. They're here to guide us. We have free will. If they were to come down here and do everything for us, you would not have your free will. You would not have your free will at all. You, everybody here, has the power within inside of them. You feel what you want and what resonates with you, with the individual. If you feel that that's the person you want to go with, and you feel that that's the energy you want to live with, you want someone to drain your energy, and you want to hear misguided truths, hey, by all means, you want to listen to that narrative, go ahead. It is your choice to do that. But for me and the others that are here, spreading the message of love and light, all you ever need is within inside of you. Do you need to read this book? Oh, hold on. Do you need to read that book? Hold on. God damn it. Why is this not doing this? Oh. Maybe it's my light. Hold on. Alright. Everybody see it? It's the book here of the. What is wrong with the camera? Whatever. It's the book here. Oh, maybe. Oh yeah. See that book? It's the Emerald Tablets. Should you read it? Yes. It's informative. I have it on my profile. Whenever you want to look at it, you can read it off my profile. It's for free. You don't need to buy a book. It's there. Anything you need, it's on my profile. You need to know, you want to learn about rocks and stones and herbs and chakras and everything else, it's all there in my profile. All you have to do is look. I put it all out there for you guys to learn because I want everybody to know that you have the power within yourselves and you have that discernment to realize who you truly are without being deceived by false prophets and people that want to hold you back and drain your energy. I want to have you excel. Be the person you're meant to be. This here will not accept responsibility for his actions. That's fine. That may be his role to play. For all of those people that follow him, it could be their role to play to learn to be better. Because of what he did, I evolved into a being much greater than I ever thought I could be. That was my lesson. Don't be deceived. Don't have your eyes wired shut. Don't have your ears clogged. And don't listen to everything that you hear from him because it's misguided and it's twisted within truth. Almost like the Bible to a point. Now, we've come to the point where I will be taking guests. Let's start taking guests. Here we go. Let me be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
Brim, hold on just a second. No, I mean, I know what Alien T was saying, that it sounded like part of a movie he might have watched or something. About what he's saying is eyes wired shut is what he was saying. And I was more, there's lots of us that didn't go to California. I was one of the people that stayed at home and I have my life here. I didn't fall into the narrative of him wanting us to go to California to get this great big piece of land that him and his wife wanted to get. We were to get this piece of land in California, and we were all to do it in a group effort. He had all of us admin that were in his room. He had us on Facebook in a back room, and we would all gather before he would go onto TikTok. We would all gather throughout the week. He had us so tired and distraught because he would keep us up for hours upon hours upon hours listening to him. There were times that when we were in that back room on Facebook, he would literally be screaming at us. There was other people in there that he would scold like a child, like they were a 3-year-old child, and he was scolding them. You had people willing to leave their husbands and their family and their children behind for this man. He's not a joke. It's sad because he's extremely intelligent. He's a very intelligent man, and the way that he is using this is wrong.
Okay, one more thing. Hold on 1 second. I just remembered something. And what all you people don't realize is he has now written his own commandments of he wants to start a new religion. and he's already written his new thing. He wants people to go inside a sarcophagus. He wants people to follow these atom rules that he's made, and they're really out there in La La Land. Um, it's basically an occult.
Right, right. And the whole thing is that my husband dealt with me for about
He
probably, I want
wants
to say
people to
about
get
six.
tattoos on their necks and on their hands, and
Right.
yeah,
My husband was dealing with this with me for about 6 months. I started to see things that weren't right when we were in the back room speaking on Facebook. My husband asked me why, but he let me go through my experience. I explained everything to my husband. Rory even told me that I should take and talk with my husband and really try to get us to uproot and leave our life behind here in Florida and move to California. That's what he told me. He told me that I didn't want to be here when the Great Reset or whatever it was, the Ice Age thing or whatever it was going to happen, because my state would be first to be hit and we would be destroyed. That's the narrative that he was trying to spew to me and other people. But California was miraculously going to be saved. And this land that he had in California, they went out and seen it and they filmed it and they videoed it and they did everything. It's a beautiful property, but it is literally in the middle of nowhere. My husband, from me taking and telling him about everything that was going on, my husband looked on a map where this place was. He took and Google Earthed it. He went back 5 years and he also went back 10 years of what storms are like in that particular area where that property sits. If anyone was to go out there and start a colony, they would be isolated to the point that if there was an ice age storm that did happen, you would be isolated. And if anyone got hurt or had a heart attack or anything, you wouldn't be able to get to anything. You wouldn't be able to go nowhere or do nothing. You would be
Also, Rachel, add to this, the place was known for getting like 10 to 15 feet of snow, and
Yes,
this past
right,
year it was supposed to get 20 feet of snow.
right, exactly. And I took and brought this to their attention in the back room, and he got pissed because I was saying that. He got pissed because my husband went and did the research on this land and found out that all this, this is not a good thing. You're getting isolated. But you got to keep in mind, him and his wife wanted to take and purchase a mansion that was like 20 miles away. They want to purchase this mansion 20 miles away from where this land is, where this compound would be, and they would live in a mansion, and our job was like little ants to take and work the land and work that property for them and for all of us. But they were going to live in a mansion. And I questioned him about that on Facebook in the back room. I said, but why aren't you taking and just building a home on this beautiful, great big piece of property, build like a great big log cabin, and you live there right with all of us? And oh, no, 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 he couldn't do that because he had to entertain people from like Michael Greer and all them. He had to entertain them, and he needed a mansion to do it. This is the kind of bullshit that he was feeding everybody. But you don't see that on TikTok. He doesn't present himself that way on TikTok. He presents himself a totally different way. And it's like I said, it's really sad, and I'm going to land my plane. It's really sad because the man is intelligent. He really is intelligent. He's done a lot of research. He's done a lot of research, and he's done enough to make himself dangerous and dangerous to other people. That's the problem.
So that you guys will know what's really going on and understand that a lot of what you see in the sky is reverse engineered. A lot of those are not extraterrestrials. They are reverse engineered. There are extraterrestrials out there, but not as much as you think because
That's him.
Him right here. That's who she's speaking about.
And if anybody's wondering too, my other thing is, why did we stay? Why didn't we leave? Because in the beginning, he builds you up. He makes you feel important. He made us feel like a family. Come to find out, it was just building us up to tear us down. One by one, we left, and the stronger ones helped the other ones get out. I'm grateful for the experience because I found my family for real that I love, and we still keep in touch, and we all love each other. I did learn a lot, but I will tell you this much: I'm much more stronger and powerful within myself now that I've left. Now that I've
And
left that, I'm a much stronger being.
yeah, and because of the indoctrination that had happened and taken place, it took people a good long time to it's I can't explain it. It's almost like you're in a trance. And me and Gabby, we left before the others did, but we were talking to the others that were feeling like they were going to leave, like Hopi and some others, and Brim and that. And we talked to them, but some of them struggled for a while. They knew they were struggling back and forth with their soul and what they wanted to do because, like I said, when you have a person building you up, like Hope said, and then tearing you down, it becomes exhausting. And like I said, he would have us up all hours of the night until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And people had to work. And we were all just exhausted. What a beautiful gift. And we were all exhausted. And we were just beyond devastated with what was happening. And I was on the phone when Brim was going through a lot of this. Quite a few of us were on the phone and trying to give him support. And what happened to Sherry and them is above and beyond. After she got done getting kicked out and all of her belongings were in storage, Max took it upon himself to go into that storage after not letting her go in and get her things. He would go in and sneak things out and sell them. They were family heirlooms. Family heirlooms that he was going in and taking and selling.
And the worst part is, they didn't even give her parents' ashes back. That's how sad these people are. That this woman lost her parents' ashes. Not only did she get homeless, get SA'd, was wandering the streets all alone, they wouldn't even give her parents' ashes. That's the kind of people they are.
But the thing is that you can have inner strength, and like Brim was saying, you can do this for yourself. You don't need guidance from anybody. If you surround yourself with the right circle of the right people that you want around you, I mean, like really use your discernment wisely, because you don't have to like anybody. There's no law saying that you have to love everyone. You don't. You don't. There is good and dark in this world. And when the dark comes upon you, you do not have to like it. You can accept it and move on. I'm and Hope. I mean, Hopi and I would call each other, and we both would be crying with what this man had done to us and what he had done to these other people that went there, that lost everything.
And I will openly admit something here.
No, if you have a
I didn't get hurt the worst, but we all got hurt in some way. I'm a feeler. Sharon's a very strong feeler. Rachel's a feeler. A lot of us felt so hard. I cried for almost 2 weeks. Huh, Rachel? Straight.
Yeah, it was
I could
bad.
not stop crying. I was so heartbroken and shattered by this group. I couldn't even believe it. You know, I went from I have a beautiful a message from them. What a beautiful light I've become. How much I'm growing. What a beautiful person I am. And then the next day they want to kick me out
And
because because I didn't agree with him telling me I couldn't talk to Rachel or Gabby. He wanted to control us. Once the other ones left, we weren't allowed to talk to nobody who left the group. That's, and he was recording us also. That's another thing. He was recording, having people
um,
record our conversations. It was just very off the wall at the end.
yep. And back history on Rory, he had a group on Facebook of over 3,000 followers. And I was asked to be, I knew of the group. I was asked to be part of that 3,000 followers. And by him having that group and another gentleman that was on there with him that was a guru, well, just let's say this guru would invite women to come to his sanctuary and he would want to do certain things with them. And when Rory found that out, he actually, because Rory was very much into this man, they had a fallen out, and Rory was doing some pretty shady crap himself, and he lost his followers. He lost every single one of them. Yep. And I mean,
And he had a big following, and he lost them all.
yes. Yeah. So, I mean, it's bringing awareness, basically, is what this is that I can see where Brim and the people that went there and experienced them, you're not going to be able to tell them shit because they experienced it and we witnessed it. And it was horrific what was done. And yes, this is still being talked about. It's going to be talked about because this gentleman does not need to take and get other people underneath him and have this happen to other people. Like I said, whole families and marriages are being destroyed because of this man. And some of the people that are still part of that group was in this room just a few minutes ago that's still very much friggin' neck deep into that group, and they left. They left when Brim said that he was going to take and bring some of us up. They left.
I was going to let them all up. I was going to let them up, but I wanted to finish what I was saying before I was interrupted. If they were still in here and they wanted to come up, I would have let them come up. I don't care. I had no problem with that, but I wanted to finish what I was saying before I was interrupted and derailed.
I know, Rabbit, you have. I know. I know. And believe me, there's a lot of twack jobs on here. Absolutely, we're in charge of ourselves. Absolutely. But it's like this. This is the only way I can put this scenario. It's like someone coming to you and offering you your house of your dreams. They are offering you and they are selling this house of your dreams to you like there's no tomorrow, and you can't wait to write a check and get in that house of your dreams. And you're standing there listening to this person pitch their spew on selling you this house. Then all of a sudden, after months of listening to this person spew their spew to you on this house, you said, okay, where do I need to sign the check? I want it. You sign the check, you walk into the house, and then all of a sudden, it's not what they told you. It's full of holes, it's got leaks, the basement's rotted, underneath it. And exactly, we should be true to ourselves. But there are other people on here that get preyed upon because they want guidance and reassurance. And because you want that
Brim,
guidance and reassurance.
Bugsy's here. She wants up.
Bugsy! Yeah, she's been here.
And the other part is, once we realized the facts, we were out of there.
Yep.
So, you know what I mean? We did make our own choice, but at the same hand, when you're kind of fooled into something, and then you realize the truth, you leave. But it took a little time to get there.
No, Rabbit, you know what I'm talking about. I was giving a scenario. I was just taking and giving a scenario of that's what it was like. It's like you get hooked in lock, stock, and sinker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you either, Rachel.
No, no, no. You're fine, honey. Not a problem. You know, Hopi, I run my mouth all the time. You know me.
Yeah, but you were on a roll. You were saying it in the right way, and you were right about that. Because if you look at it like that, that's exactly kind of what happened. You know.
Hmm. I love you, Rabbit. But did Bugsy request to come up?
She
Bram,
did ask to come up. She asked.
Bram,
Yeah.
Bugsy wanted to come up.
I sent her invite.
But then after all this was said and done, Rory took it upon himself to make videos, and he was basically in a lot of his videos that he did and he posted on TikTok, it was a lot of innuendos at us and us leaving. And it was pretty nasty. Bugsy, accept the invite.
I don't think she can. She said she can't get up because she's on her PC or something.
I went over to my phone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to add to the we should just trust ourselves. Sometimes I think that we forget that we are human beings too, and parts of us want to be nurtured. And Rory has gifts. He just wasn't using them in the best way, and he was using his gifts to literally connect with those parts of us that kind of needed somebody. Like we wanted that validation. We wanted to fit in somewhere. And he did that. He helped us. But at the same time, you know, when you get so wrapped up on wanting to fit in, we kind of forget to balance ourselves out. And I feel like a lot of us who ended up in there, we were in some type of thought in our lives where we kind of had something that we felt like needed to be filled. And I think also that's why it made it so much easier for all of us to kind of be a family. And regardless of how things ended up happening, it did happen for the best reasons because, we ended up having a little family on the side that really was trying to just help people get through all these hard times, just show people what was really going on, just kind of work together regardless of all that negative. We really just wanted to just be better than what we were shown. And that takes courage, and some of us weren't as confident as we needed to be, so it was harder. It took longer. But I don't think it was necessarily as easy as us just trusting ourselves, because being a human, sometimes trusting ourselves is going against ourselves as well. And that's always a fight. But I just wanted to share a little more in depth with how emotionally we got drawn in. It wasn't just exactly, we lift each other up. How did you? Hey, my name is Gabby for a reason. I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. Well said, Gabby. Well said.
But I love
And
you
I
guys.
mean,
I'm gonna
we
actually
love you
go down.
too. We love you too, Gab. And I mean, do what you will. I mean, we're just trying to bring awareness to what happened and what took place in our lives and in our friends' lives that were there to experience it. And what you do with this information that we're giving you is totally up to you. It's totally up to you. But there are going to be there. We know that there's going to be people on the back end of this, the new people that are going to be coming in that don't have the realization of what this man has done to other people and what he's capable of doing, because on TikTok he gives a very, very calm namaste, serenity feeling and a comfort of home. Like you finally found your group, you finally found your calling, and you're paying attention and you're listening. But if you do get on the back end of being an admin and actually going on in the back room, as they call it, with the group, you will eventually, on your own, with your own discernment, find out what this is all about.
Yeah, I was just briefly listening in. I'm Hopi. I'm sure you guys heard of me with Kicking Saturday.
I'm Hopi too, so nice to meet you.
Well, I'm not actual. I'm just a bird. I'm not actually Hopi. Actually, my ancestors Cherokee, so I resonate with Cherokee.
Oh, I'm
But
actually Hopi. My name is Hope. I'm Hopi.
well, I just wanted to share. We are all equal. There's no leaders. We're just all here for the journey and experience in life, and just to
Yeah.
lift each other up. We're all just in this journey of trying to learn the positivity and how to heal ourselves and just create a more positive environment. But it's whatever you resonate with. And if you guys feel uncomfortable, you don't have to be somewhere. Now, there are people, they do have gifts, like me, for example, I'm empath, so I can feel what other people are feeling, and I completely understand what the person's going through. Um, but will I allow control on somebody else? No, because everybody makes their own choices.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And of course, we're all born with love, but we all been traumatized in some sort of way within our inner childhood. And we just have to learn how to cope with those things and how to heal within us. Eventually find your inner peace. And I understand, about being accepted, but at the end of the day, you accept yourself. If you
Mm-hmm.
love yourself, you don't have to worry about anybody around you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But there are other people out there that are seeking. They are seeking. They're seeking. How can I say? Like a soul tribe. They still want that soul tribe, and they want somebody that they can also bounce things off from, that are going to relate. And some of the things that Rory says, with some of the things that he will say, is some of them are very relatable. Like I said, um, he's very intelligent and has studied for many years, but he has taken his ability with what he has learned, and he is directing it in the wrong way, and it is hurting people, and it is harming people. There is still one of these young ladies that is still homeless, She is still homeless after all these months. Brim was able to find his way back home, and there was a lot of loving people that helped him and was kind enough to help him get back. And he was fortunate enough to be able to get his home back. But
Wow.
Sharon not so much. She's still homeless.
Okay, y'all want to know about the short tall? Um, Honestly, with that, I can't explain it. I've done it. I've seen it. I can't explain it with the short tall. Honestly, that's one thing that I honestly thought it was bogus. I thought it was bogus. I thought it was not possible. But when I did it, it actually happened. I don't
Can
know. I honestly don't have. I don't know how to explain it. It happened.
and the
I
thing
was
is, Paul,
I was
when you
holding her, and she grew taller than me.
the thing is that it's been proven that if you take your mind and you're just standing there, right? You're
Yeah.
just standing there and you are like holding on to each other's shoulders or you're holding on to each other's hips or whatever and you're facing each other and you're going short, tall, short, tall, short, tall, or taller, 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 taller. Your body, your body will almost like it's like when you stretch. You think that you have no more stretch left in you, but you do. Your body will continuously go upright, almost like if you someone was standing behind you and putting their hand in the middle of your back and pushing on it, and then you arch your back. You don't realize that you're doing it, and that will give the appearance of you getting taller.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, to add to this, he is very intelligent. But the whole time I was in his group, he told me I was something. Told me I was this many carbonations. This is how long I was here. When I went in to his show recently, I went under my middle name, and he told me I was something totally different amount of ages, totally different. So he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's saying. He knows, I don't know. And you can't channel a character on a TV show such as the Joker. It's not a real person, okay? And you can't channel that. That's acting.
Good point, Hope, because that's what he was doing. He was channeling the Joker. He was uh,
So basically using the negative energy with the positive energy and relay it back to everyone else, basically. Is that what it sounds like?
no, what we're doing is that we're taking our experience of what we have personally experienced and what we have personally witnessed for ourselves, and we are bringing it to the light to the people to understand whether they want to believe it or not. That's totally up to them of what our experiences were. But it was pretty horrific. And we wanted to talk to him. We all wanted to gather and speak with him. I left the group, and there was a few other people that left the group, and then there was a few people that got kicked out of the group because they were still because Rory found out that they were talking to us, the ones that left. So Rory found out that they were talking to us after we left the group, so he kicked them out. Um, and so after that whole thing, and we got together, and feelings were hurt, and pieces of the puzzle need to be put together. Uh, but after all is said and done, we noticed one thing amongst all of us, that we did start getting more sleep. our gifts were getting stronger. They were absolutely getting stronger amongst all of us. And it was, I don't know.
Does everybody aware you have all the elements within you?
Well, yes, we are now.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
do. We
the
do.
thing is too, there is a positive that came out of it. Like I said, to me, what I went through was all from my experience. I did learn, and I found a lot of people that I love that are still in my life, and they are my family through this whole thing. So there was positive from it. It wasn't all bad, but I'm just like, I feel like these guys, awareness is important to help others, because people who don't know about this are going to fall into that trap. And at least if they have a little awareness or a warning ahead of time, maybe they won't go there, or maybe they'll see it beforehand, or it won't take so long.
Hi, I'm Angie. I asked if I could come up real quick. So I stumbled across him a couple of nights ago looking for something to, you know, I guess my mind was just wrestling. And he asked me up, and you guys are going to understand this when I say this. My third eye is very active.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see a lot of things. I get things in images. Not it like one image I got of it's gonna be they're crazy. Like an image I got of somebody was a black and white cookie. Does that make sense? Which meant that they were torn between the light and the dark. So I got this on somebody's vibes one day. But just different things come at me. They come at me as pictures, so it's not verbal or anything. It's just pictures. And he asked me to tell the story of, how he tries to get everybody to tell their story. Well, my story is I had a visitation from a little person um, back when I was a kid. And this person now I know has a name, took me in a bubble and took me to places, pretty famous places, from the 60s and the 70s and stuff like that. And I knew from my little Remy is the name of the little person. He told me that he was my protector, and he mentioned seven sisters. This is Remy, not Rory. This is my little person that's followed me ever since I was like 8. Um, he tried to tell me Rory, whatever, tried to tell me a totally different story, that I came from Sirius, and no, I know exactly what Remy told me, because what Remy told me, my cousin even verified, and she's a white witch and she practices eclectic everything. We did my star chart. So what he was saying was just, it didn't make any sense to me. Does that
Yeah.
make sense to y'all?
Yeah. It was totally, yes, it was totally opposite. Because, like Hope said,
I'm gonna jump
he,
down now. Thank y'all for letting me share this.
you're welcome. You can stay up for a few more minutes if you like. Um,
Yeah, that's fine.
but
I don't
what,
care.
but what Hopi was saying is that she, he did it with all of us and told us where we were from and all this. I already knew where I was from and what I was a part of, but he did it with all of us in the group. And then when after all this happened and Hopi went back in underneath a different name, she couldn't go up because she didn't have that many followers. So he did it for her down in the room, down in the chat, and he told her something totally different. Totally different. You're welcome, hon. You're very welcome. But I totally understand what you're saying. Yep.
Did everyone ask why he gave a different response?
No, because if he would have known that it was Hope, more than likely he wouldn't have talked to her. Because after all this happened to all of us, we have asked to have like a group meeting and a group talk to get this all out in the open about how we felt and what he done, and he didn't want to hear it. he will not take accountability for anything that he has done.
Yeah, typically it sounds like it's a control type of a narcissist form of behavior.
It is. It is. Yep, very much.
Except he was just doing it in a calmer way. Does that make sense?
On the front side on TikTok, he would be doing it on a calmer side. But when we were in the back room on Facebook as his as part of his group, on the back side of it on Facebook, he wasn't so polite always. No.
Yeah, it sounds like it's narcissist behavior. Most people that are narcissistic, they won't admit to accountability and they don't want to apologize for anything.
Exactly.
That's why I tried to have a conversation with him a lot of times, and when he threatened to come down and beat me up or whatever, because he didn't want to have a normal conversation. And if he thinks that I was scared of him, he's crazy. I'm more scared of what I would have done than anything. But I wasn't all about that. I just wanted to have a brother conversation, you know what I mean? I wanted to iron out these issues that was going on between me and them at that time, but he did not want to have a man-to-man conversation. Instead, he wanted to put on a show. He wanted to put on a spectacle. He wanted to make the people feel little and less than what they really were. And he says he wanted to have a meeting with us, but it wasn't about that at all. It was about making us look stupid and humiliated. And that's why when he wanted to do it on his terms, that's what it was. He had it all set up, and what he wanted to do, he wanted to belittle all of us one by one, and that's not what we wanted at all. We wanted to have a normal conversation with him as him supposed to be this leader or whatever the hell he wanted to call himself, but he wouldn't do it. It had to be on his terms, the way he wanted, and he would have had full control of the conversation. Because many times in the back room, we tried to have a conversation with him. He would overpower the conversation, and it was basically his way or no way.
He wanted us to go in and apologize to everyone else in the room for leaving. We had to take in, and he said that we could come back to the group. We could come back to the group if we wanted to, but we had to apologize and grovel and say that we were sorry and we were wrong about what we were feeling.
Okay, if you guys feel you haven't done anything wrong, why resonate with that? Number one, nobody's in charge. Nobody is a leader, okay?
Exactly.
Nobody has this God complex thinking I'm God and self, okay? We are all equal. We're just all at different levels of our experience in a journey. You know,
Right,
whether
and we
we're
know
going
that.
through trauma or whether we're working on the positivity of inner peace. But other than that, and my suggestion, I mean, it's up to you guys. You guys are in charge of yourselves. You know, just ground yourself, you know,
We did.
and at the end of the day, just let it go.
This
Because
was
tomorrow
months
is a new
ago.
day, you know,
Right.
and I understand you're bringing self-awareness, allow people to let them know what type of behavior has been known. But you
Right.
don't want to put yourself in a situation where it sounds so toxic to other people online thinking, okay, why are we talking about other people? Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. And this did happen months ago, and we have moved on. Brim was one of the people, though, that got affected the worst, him and a few others. But the thing is that we do what we are doing, and what we want to do is try to bring awareness to this so other people do not get hurt. And what they do with our information, just like what they do with Rory's information, it's totally up to them. But we do not want them to get hurt or their whole entire family being ruined over this.
I understand that. I think the issue is there's a lot of vulnerable people, and from what my understanding, it sounds like he's trying to use that vulnerability to his
Uh-huh.
advantage and take it over.
And that's what
Hey guys,
And that's not how it should be. Okay, all we're supposed to hear as light beings is just share our experiences and how we can heal ourselves. That's it. You
Yes.
know, we're not here to control anybody. You know, our ultimate goal is eventually love ourselves so we find our inner peace.
And that was my next. That was the only reason why I haven't come out with anything sooner, because if I would have, if I didn't, if I would have taken my human side and I didn't take that calmness and take that time to enlighten myself, what I would have said probably would have been really hard and brutal. So I decided to take a few months to resonate with it,
I'm gonna keep my
figure
blanket up
out
here for now.
how I'm going to deal with it, because I have dealt with it to a point. But what bugs me the most is I have the divine beings telling me that I can't allow a false prophet to speak these words and not stand up for them, because if I let that go on and I don't say anything about it, I am no better than he is. And I am better than he is, and I'm going to call people out if I see something like that. That is how I am, and that is what I've been, and I am a dragon, and I am justice. I will say what I see. I have nothing to gain. I have nothing. I want the truth to be out there. The truth should be known. We're not all perfect. We all fall short. We all do our things, and we all have our quacks. But my point is I don't want people to fall into the same trap and narrative that I fell into. I gave up my entire life trusting a man that led me down a dark path where I almost lost myself in the middle of a state
Hi,
where I
baby.
had nothing. I had no home. I had nothing, nobody to talk to. I was totally alone
Sophie, you
because of
need to
that.
mute, honey.
Oh,
So
sorry.
I don't want people to follow that narrative anymore, because that it's not about me anymore. I don't give a crap. But it to me it's about the spiritual side. Is I don't want people to go down that path, you know. I feel it here. It pains me that he's I know we all have our certain paths and we all need to learn and this and that, but if there's nobody there to enlighten them on what is happening, then they'll never know and they're gonna struggle and they might fall into that trap. I want to prevent that, you know? And
Yeah.
if this live helps somebody, then that's fine, because the rest of my life, this is the last live that I want to have talking about that man.
Yeah.
He's the last thing from my mind. I want to talk about the love and light. And this live right here was the one thing that I needed to do. Not for me. It's not for me. It's for everybody else.
Right. And Nightbird, that is in the room, she is the other lady that was extremely affected by this.
Oh.
Wow.
And
Hey guys,
we were
Hey.
in there for
we were in there a few months ago. You guys know us, we know yous, and we want you to understand that there's a great separation happening right now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, you need to understand who's coming together, and you need to understand who yous actually are.
Oh,
The
yes.
deeper you go, the deeper you will know. I remember Nightbird as well, and she was the only lady that interacted with us on there.
Yep.
And we explained to them who we were. We're back on Earth. You're speaking to Yahushua, not Yeshua, and you're speaking to Mary Magdalene.
Yep.
We're back here on the Earth, guys. We're not here back as Mary Magdalene and Yahushua. We're back here as James and Giselle, but we carry that soul fragment. And we have witnessed a great separation of what that man tried to do to people.
Yeah.
But we didn't get into the interaction of it because it's not our place. Our place is to hold the love frequency and the authenticity.
Observe and transmute energy.
We had to transmute that darkness.
Yes.
And the thing is, one of the things that really struck me with Rory is, you know, I heard some amazing things that he said when he was so-called channeling. But then, a week later, when he would bring the same person back, all of a sudden, it's not the same character. It has a different voice that he used for another character. It wasn't Thoth wasn't or Enki wasn't the same Enki from the previous week. All of a sudden, the new Enki was an Aleister Crowley Enki. So it was something that I definitely noticed. But everything happens for a reason, and it doesn't matter where we're getting the information from. If something is true, then it's true, and you take what's true and you resonate with that, and
Your soul will tell you
your soul
truth
will.
vibrates at a frequency.
I mean, I've channeled, and my channeling is far different because I've noticed when he channels, he puts his human side into it. And I like I said, the Anuk part, I've met the Anuk. I've met him. I don't have no problem with that Anuk. The problem is that lies, and it always will lie, is with Rory. Anuk is a good being. Anuk does have this wisdom. It's the Rory part that I have the issue with. I channel, and I know, and I feel the difference in energy. I know when I channel, it's not my human side. I don't put my human side into it. It's them. It's their own personality. It's their own voice. It's their own movements. Their own personality. It's not the same. And I've noticed that when he does that, it's
Totally correct.
all the way around.
Hi guys, I'm
saw a
Sharon.
show the other night
Hi
as
Sherry.
well. Hi. Hi everybody. Loved you all.
I think
I
that
saw a
he used to
show the other
be.
night. I don't know if you guys can hear me well or not. I have earphones in. But I was able to see through
We can
everything,
hear you.
and they look like they're not doing very well. I don't think their narrative's gonna fly.
That you were given.
Psychic, you're breaking up really bad, hon.
I was gonna say, I think that maybe once a long time ago he used to channel Anuk, and I think Anuk is ashamed of his behavior, and I doubt that he's channeled for a while. That's my belief, but
Because I
yeah.
talked to
Sharon, yeah, Sharon. When I watched it, I'm sorry. He went from one thing to another, and I don't think he channeled anything. And that's just me. I don't know. I haven't been around for a while. I've been on the outside. Now I'm kind of looking in. I'm like, whoa. Okay. Well, my eyes are opened up. Thank God.
and yeah,
And my gifts are opening up left and right now, and I'm really very happy. And I'm glad to see all of you guys, and I hope
That's
everybody's doing
Thank you,
well.
guys.
good
But
to see you
Sharon, to
too,
answer your
Sherry.
question, I met the real Anuk on the ship. He told me he's not pleased with it.
Yes.
I
I'm
met
not
him and his
surprised.
wife.
That's what I'm saying. He feels fallen. He feels fallen. He feels. I have been in his presence. He is a leader. He is a leader. He's got his ego twisted around. He's got something has happened, and he's turned almost like he wants to ascend more. The language he used with us was, I'm not leading you, we're all going together. I've reached the top of where I can reach. I need you to support me. It felt very vampiristic to me, very much like I
No,
see all
Yes.
of you guys with gifts, and he would say your
Yeah.
gifts are stronger than mine. I see that your gifts are stronger than mine, so I need you so I can ascend, so I can,
Right.
and really he's probably not. That probably is truth. It probably is
Right.
truth, but he's using us who are vulnerable, naive, young, Amateurs don't even know what our gifts are, lapping everything up that he
Yeah.
says like kittens to a
Real,
bowl of warm milk. It was
real,
He was
easy to get.
feeding off of our
real
energy.
quick, Sherry, Sharon, and
Yes.
Nightbird have both met Anuk in real life and Brim. These two of these ladies have met him in real life, and so hasn't Brim. So those are three of the people in our group that have actually met him, met Rory in real life.
Face to face.
Yeah,
And
I was kind of speaking off of what Psychic was saying. I'm sorry, Cheryl, I know I keep interrupting you. I was just responding to what he was saying, where truth is truth no matter where you find it. And I personally am very grateful for this experience. I went out there and I think I was one of the linchpins in disbanding this whole charade. There was a reason for it. And granted, I am not in the same position Sherry is or was or ever will be. I cannot pretend to have my shoes where she's walking. She is a sacrificial lamb in this situation. There's many of us that were affected in one way or another, right? And if that can prevent other people from being hurt, sure, sign me up. I'll go do it again. I don't have a problem.
yeah, and it's a stepping stone. To be honest with you, the hell that I have gone through, I'm grateful actually. Um, I've had so many different things open up, and that people I've encountered are just amazing. And yeah, I just don't want people to fall for the false light, quote, quote, the false narrative that's out there.
Yeah,
Um,
both.
and I could see right through it now. It's like, oh, wow. Like, it took me to have to go out there and see it and feel it and know. Um, I'm not going to regret it. I'm not going to regret
Yeah.
it. And some of these people that are in this room right now, they've been with me, since, and I've had ups and downs and everything else. But I wouldn't change it for the world. I really wouldn't, especially right now. I'm at a library right now. I'm at a college library right now. I'm doing good things right now, and I'm free. I am so free, and I know
You're
who
at
I am now.
college? So you're on a
I
college
am at the
campus?
New Mexico college campus right now as I speak.
Nice, Sherry. That's beautiful to
I
Beautiful.
could put my
hear.
camera on. Hold on.
I hope you're becoming an attorney.
That's funny. I'll let you
Going
guys
to
speak all
school?
sick.
When do you go to school? Are you still to start school there, or have you
I'm
already
studying
started
a
school
lot of
there?
different things. I'm looking at psychology and the human condition and everything else. I'm right here at the library.
Oh, so you're just reading up on stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm enrolling in classes and everything. So
Nice.
I'm
Good
planning
go.
on
You
trying to
go,
help
Sherry.
as much as I possibly can, help the light community and help the homeless and
I'm so
the
proud of you,
sick
girl.
and everything else. There's so many different things that interloop and go in with all this, and I'm happy. I'm following my calling now. I'm helping them at the place that I'm at, and I'm helping a lot of the women that are there too. So, by experiences, I'm down in the, how do you say, the belly of the human experience. I'll put it that way.
And I felt that a lot of people in this group were still broken, and
Oh,
I come
sorry.
to realize that if I don't do that, another reason why I did this is kind of as a healing too. A lot of people are still broken by what happened, and I figured that this could be a healing thing for them. And so we all can move in, and we can further ascend into another stratosphere, another evolution. But we can't ascend if we're still stuck with these thoughts of what had happened to us because of him. We're not gonna be able to help anybody else unless we help ourselves. And I hope that this live here has done that so we can move on to the next level and leave this behind. And when it's time to call the action and help more people, that will be here as a group, as a collective of people to call out those people that are doing false things.
Yes,
Because we're
and
not
actually even
here to,
talking about and thinking about it makes me feel kind of like grimy, like darkness was in there.
yeah,
And I've been
it's
able to
not,
get rid of that, and I've learned
it's
how to do that now.
not, it's not here to, we're not here to promote the negative right now. And
Hmm.
I, I, I spoke for an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours, I don't remember. But the reason why I didn't let anybody up is I wanted to tell my story without interruptions because that is what I wanted to do. If people wanted to come up and talk to me, I said after. Didn't I repeatedly say, after I'm done, you can all come up and talk? And what did they do? They left the room. I gave them the
Oh, I missed
opportunity.
all that. I missed that.
I,
I'm
I
sorry. I
don't
just
see the
popped
whole
I
in
wonder
because I
what
saw the little video, and my biggest thing is just people out there, just use your discernment and listen to the
yeah.
experiences that these people up here on this panel have had,
Yeah.
and don't fall for that narrative. Search on your own who you are. Don't let somebody else tell you who you are, because that path was the
Yeah.
wrong path to go down.
Exactly.
And the self-discovery and the whole thing is, oh my God, I can't even tell you. It's so freeing. That self-discovery,
Yeah.
and we're,
Oh,
our biggest thing in the day is to treat each other respect, show love to each other, support each other, be there when we need each other, say hey, give you a big hug, you know and continue to move forward.
And if I
And
was,
I talked to a couple of you the other day, and yeah, the moving forward thing, and
I
I had
want
my
to share
reasons
something
for
with
what
you
I was
people
talking
today.
about. But hey,
I
guys,
want to share
we're
something
still
with,
here.
with everybody here. Um, I said it earlier when I was talking to some people. If if they paint me as this negative person, then why? Which I thought was hilarious today. I thought it was the most beautiful thing that happened. I was walking to the store because I wanted a pack of cigarettes the other day. I walked down. I was in my house and I needed to go to the store and get some soda and some cigarettes, and I didn't really want to get up. I did not want to move because my leg was killing me. It's like I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I heard a voice in my head said, "You need to do this. You need to get up and you need to go." And it was the being I channel. I call him Prim, and he was there, and he's like, "Just get up and do it." So with my hurt leg, I started to walk. My leg started to feel better. I started walking better and better as I'm walking down the street. It was like really weird. I went from a point 0.9 pain to 0, and I wasn't even completely down the road. I started walking down this other road, and I don't live in a good area per se. I kind of live in the hood, and this guy came up to me, and I'm like, oh God, he's probably gonna ask me for money or something like that. And the guy walks up to me and he says, "I just had to talk to you." I was like, "Talk to me?" He's like, "Yeah." And he was really happy, and I'm like, "Okay, what's this guy's deal?" And he's like, "I woke up this morning and I was told that I'm gonna meet someone that's gonna change my life today." And I'm like, "Oh?" I'm thinking the guy's just trying to be nice to get money. I didn't know what to think at this point. So I'm like, "Yeah, cool, yeah, yeah." And I'm talking to him in this spiritual thing, but I have my guard up, right? So I'm talking to him, and I wasn't really sure. I was kind of leery, but then he said something to me that made me stop right in my tracks. I said, "Well, how did you notice me?" And I don't even remember me wanting to say that, but I said it. I said, "Well, how did you notice me?" He goes, Well, I was sitting there with my friends. I swear to God, I was looking over and I seen a golden dragon streak by. And I decided I needed to talk to you right then and there.
Wow.
He walks across the street. Cars were flying back and forth. He could have got ran over 4 to 5 times. He comes across the street, starts talking to me, and he told me, he's like, a golden dragon. And the funny thing is Grim, the being that I am, is a golden dragon. So when he said that, my brain just went boom. I was like, what? And he's like, I am so grateful. And we talked. I was only wanting to be outside for 10 to 20 minutes. It was 97 degrees out there. It was hot as hell. We sat out there at 45 minutes. We're talking about spiritual things. He was like, I didn't understand this. He goes, oh my God, I feel the power. He goes, the power emanating from you is unearthly. I've never felt. He goes, I've been to churches and I've never had that power. I'm like, huh? I'm just talking here.
That's so interesting because I have that happen a lot too, and people feel my energy everywhere I go. They are feeling it.
Hold on. It blew me through a loop because I thought about that for a moment and I'm like, wow. I was just walking, and if I didn't do that, it was a coincidence. It was meant to happen because he was told that he was going to meet somebody special today that was going to change his life. I was sitting in my house and I said, I didn't want to do this, but Brim told me to go out. So as I start walking, my leg starts to heal and I'm going down the street. He said he's seen a golden dragon. And I'm like, this was meant to happen. And by talking to him, I came to realize that don't worry about what people think and don't judge people just by what they look like or they may appear to be. So I learned a lesson there, but it was also the most beautiful thing that I think that I've experienced within the last week. Hello?
That's
What happened?
awesome.
I've learned what to hear. Like when I hear something to tell me to get up and go, just do it and the blessings come. It's so true. The blessings
Yeah,
come
that's what I
every
come to
time.
realize.
You don't know, it's like the angel is unaware that you encounter each day.
Yeah.
And
It
you
was,
continue to learn from each other. It is so awesome.
and I was totally shocked when he said golden dragon. I'm like, what? No way.
You got to remember something though. When Rory chose all of us because we all had a light in us. He saw that light and he put all us lights together. So if he did something right, at least he did that. You know what I mean? Because we all got each other still, And that's what's most important.
And that's what I want us all to do. I want us to finish moving. I want us all to heal from the last remnants of this to help those that have fallen or those that are, deceived by the false prophets. And I want us to move on to be greater beings. And I hope that, like I said before, I hope that this live helped that healing process, because we all needed it. I felt very different energies from certain people that they still had that residual, not anger, that emotion. And I figured I needed to do that, and I still feel, even though I don't talk to you guys every day, I still feel your energy because we're connected as a family. And I felt the energy coming from all of you guys, and I knew I had to do something, and the time wasn't right. But now the time was right, and this is what I
And that's
did.
what I told you today.
Yeah.
That's That's what I told you today when we were talking. That's what I told you today when we were talking. That's what I told you today when we were talking.
Yeah.
Is that I could feel like Gabby's energy and Hopi and you and you know, and I can feel Honey Reynolds and Sharon. There's times I feel Sharon, all of you guys. And my mind will go to what you guys are doing, or my thoughts will be, how are you? You know?
Well, that's the best thing that came out of it. I got you, I got all of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it. I love it, and that's the best thing that came out of it for me,
Right.
because when I left, the thing that hurt me the most was I'm going to lose my family that I grew with in the past 6 months, 5, 6 months. We grew like together, and I didn't want us to lose each other. And I think that's what hurt me the most. Like, that can't happen. And I'm just grateful that it didn't happen, and we can still call on each other, and that means the most to me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to take off, guys. I'm going to run the TikTok streets for a while and see what's happening. And
All right, love you, Mimi.
love you too, sweetie. I'm glad that we were able to all come together and say this and come together as a family again and maybe bring a little bit of awareness to it anyways, if anything. And other people, like everyone is saying, everyone has got to use their own discernment, and they have to go through their own path, I guess, too. But I mean, at least Brim, you brought some awareness to everything and your experiences and our experiences too, and
Yeah.
with what's going on, and they can take it for what it's worth and go from there. Okay, love you guys.
Exactly that was the whole reason for this. Is I knew you guys. I know I needed to, because I heard the spirits telling me I needed to do this, and I was feeling different people's energy, and it didn't mix with me, so I needed to do it, and that's why I did.
Well, I'm
No,
proud of you, and it's good to see you guys. And I'm walking
if
to a bus
anybody
now
wants to
from the
talk about
college.
anything, we can continue. I
I'm going to
mean,
listen. I'll probably be down in the comments, but I'm
it's
running
all what
away.
everybody wants to talk about. If you have anything you want to discuss, you can feel free to come up, and we can start helping people in any way we can.
Oh,
We
oh,
have a
hi,
lot
Honey
of spiritual
Reynolds,
people in
by
this
the way.
room.
Sorry, Paul.
We have a lot of spiritual people in this room that are willing to help anybody. So if anybody has anything they want to talk about, they want to heal from, then sure. But I just don't want to bring up that person anymore. I want to have us move on from that.
I can't hear you. Just a moment.
So if anybody wants to talk about anything, like
Okay.
if they have anything they want to discuss or talk about, feel free.
Well, hello, everybody. It's been a long time. Divine timing for sure. I don't know about talking about anything other than what we do is discuss. That's all we do is here is just collaborate and collectively
Yeah.
do things together. I appreciate this is going on because the energies are very high. I mean, referring to those negative ones, and they're all around here, and they don't like us. They don't like me. They don't like us. It's funny. It's so funny. For those who left, hey, it's okay. We're learning in different ways. We have to. Some of them a lot slower than others because we're being cautious. And that's all with that. I appreciate being up here with you guys again. It's been a while. I don't do these lives other than this. My thing is making videos, and I'm about resonating on the land, doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. I'm
Yeah.
also creating my own business right now as my name, who we really are. But go ahead.
So if anybody I plan on helping people. If anybody wants any help or wants to talk about anything, feel free. Um, we have 29 people in here. It's probably getting late and people are running off to other lives and stuff like that. But I'm here if anybody wants to talk about anything, any experiences, any
I
things
can
you
talk
want
about
to
Manchester's
share.
experience. Okay, my first visit last month. It was nights. I got out there. It took me 4 hours to drive there. Got out there about 10 o'clock at night, and I was driving on the road to the point where I was by the glacier side. And like, okay, I got to stop before I get stuck in the car. I'm like, okay, I'm in the Cadillac. I'm like, oh, this isn't gonna be a good car for this. I had to stop, spend there the night. Well, I saw the stars, the expanse, everything. I was expecting to see beams. I saw much more than beams, much more fascinating things than that. Let me get my camera on here.
What did you see?
What I saw, okay, the expanse of the sky is a rectangle outside the car and through the actual window. Doesn't matter which one. It was colder outside. That's all the difference. 38 degrees and freezing. Like, how's 38 degrees freezing? I was high elevation, dog. Anyways, I'm driving. A big rectangle of the sky is opened up. On the sides of the rectangle, all the stars are coming in. They're just coming in on sides. But the center, moving forward, but keep going back. And you see the stars all moving in through it, but the expanse of the sky was like, whoa. Like, this is my first visit. I was expecting to see Lemurians or Pleiadians something, but no. So it was pretty cool. And then when I came home the next day, I read a report exactly as it came out about what happens over there. Because people in another group on Facebook through the knowledge book had brought me the information. There's supposed to be clouds there, cloud cover on Mount Shasta all the time, night or day, because they don't want to be seen going in and out. I'm like, okay. So I went on a windy day, and it was cold that night, and it was clear sky. I tried to record it with my camera. I got a digital camera, can't see nothing. So I'm like, okay, I just experienced this. Like, this is the feeling, not of the mountain, but the town, which is the exact same feeling of the town in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Like, people need to feel this. So I'm getting the idea. I need to go out there and resonate.
Dude, Bella Geese is my manager. It's great to have you here, my agent. It's an honor to have you come in here and experience this live of spiritualness and enlightenment. I hope you find this interesting, and I'm trying to figure it out. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mac, but you can go on.
No, I just want to take the face off because the signals and stuff. The
I just wanted to
Wi-Fi.
pop on real quick because the last time I was on here with all you
You
guys.
sound a little, I can hardly hear you.
Okay, hang on.
It sounds a little faint.
Try now. It should be better.
Is it better now?
Yes, yes, yes,
Definitely.
Sheila, it is.
Okay. I just wanted to hop in because, like, the last time we were all on here together, I was kind of fussing because we
Yeah,
were talking about somebody else, and I was
yeah.
talking about how we all need to be acceptive and understand that we all create our own realities and that what's real for one is not always real for another. And I didn't want anybody to think I was being a hypocrite because what I feel about this today is very, very different because I feel like this could be harmful. If you don't believe in fairies, you don't believe in Sasquatch, if you don't believe in star beings, then don't watch those shows. But don't talk about other people that believe in those things. You know what I'm saying? If they believe in them and they experience them, we don't have those experiences, so we don't have anything to back that up. But we know, we were there. And in the beginning, I think he started out right.
Yeah.
I don't think he could have duped as many of us as he did.
No.
And when he started talking about egoistic things is when I started backpedaling and trying to explain it to everybody that we're all equal, we're all the same. And there's no hierarchy. There's no chosen ones. There's no this, no that. And then I was just done with all that. I did try to talk to him, and he didn't really. I think he just saw me as somebody with disposable income that he might could possibly use some of my money. But anyway, what I really wanted to talk to you about was you were talking about when I first came on, and it caught my interest, was about the voice, the person. And you were talking about how it didn't sound female, didn't sound male, sounded more like a choir like voice. And I've been experiencing this a lot. A lot of people are hearing what they're calling the seraphim, what I call the seraphim. And in all the studies that I've done, this is what I categorize, this type of being as being the seraphims. And listening to other channelers and listening to my guides, what's going on is everything is ramping up like quick. And the angelic realms, the star beings, the Sasquatch, the mer people, the everybody, they're all coming together, and they're all ramping this crap up fast because they want us to get on with it. It took us forever to get to where we are. There was really only maybe 5 to 7% of the world was awake. And then all of a sudden, within 15 years, less than 20, we're up to 45% of us are now awake, waking up, and they need us to continue to wake up, and they need us to wake each other up. And so they're appearing to more and more and more of us. And so we're hearing them now. The veil is thin. And Archangel Michael is telling me the veil is so thin now that
I have things to take.
people who would have normally not heard
Hold on.
are now hearing.
I want to thank Bella Geese. She donated a lot of stuff and helped me with my goal. Thank you very much. I'm very honored that you like my live. Thank you so much. Every little bit helps.
I think Hopi wants to come back up. She was kicked down.
Well, Trina, yes, he's been on, and I've actually been lurking about listening, and that's where my concern came from, was because
I ended up getting blocked, so that's what that happened with me.
He has new people coming in. I mean, he has some of the same people, a couple of the same people, but he's got a lot of new people coming in, and he sounds so different. He sounds so not. I can't believe.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. It's like he's faking more than I thought it was real, but it's like he blocked me. I think this is what I really think. The mother, the wife, is a gray. That's what I really think. I think she is. Seriously, this is what my own opinion is. What I've seen, she's controlling it. It's not him. He's just a puppet. Because every time I go there, when I went there, 3-4 months ago now, last time, physically, it's like, well, we don't want you here. Why are you coming here unannounced? I need laundry done, and you guys are avoiding me type stuff. Well, fine then. I'll leave you alone. Whatever. I was just going to do me. And when I started really doing me, doing us, this started more happening. And anyways, about these energies, Becky, it is Saint Germain and uh, uh, Portia. It's the violet rays
Yes,
here
the
are
violet.
now induced. That's all it is. That's all we're experiencing is that more. And I really experiencing it because I got after I did things weeks ago, with to deal with the weather situation. Well, more of them are coming out. Now was burning people, the dark, those who are the stupid ones. Now they're coming out from the bottom. So it's like I'm
Well,
seeing them more like,
the
who the hell are
energy
you?
the energy is so very strong that the people who are not aware, it's making them crazy, and they're getting crazier and
Yes,
crazier every
yes.
single
See, I
day.
have an experience I want to share with the rest of you that didn't hear it. Well, two actually. When I was when I sat there and I talked to that light, it was like something I've never experienced. That was like it was a divine. It felt like it was like a source, not a god. It
Right.
seemed more powerful, like a
Yes.
source of emulating energy of power. I have never
That's what it
felt
was.
before.
It was God. It was like
And
from the
that
sun more likely, right? The actual aura coming around at you. Yeah, see, I resonate with raw God. It's me all the time
but
when I
that
go
is
outside.
how
And
that is how they're presenting now, is in more giant groups of souls, spirits ascended. Not all are angelic, some are different from the different. I mean, angels are angels, you
because
know.
it's collective wise, we're like
Yes,
individualistic
but
beings here.
they're
Everything beyond the 3D is a collective type. That's why we're going through 5D. I'm
and
existing 5D
they don't
all the
have
time.
a hierarchy either. I mean, an archangel isn't higher than a seraphim or a cherubim, or
No, that's how not how
they
we
just
see each
all
other.
have
No,
their own jobs. They have That's how they separate it, is by job. This one has a job to do this, and this one has a job to do that. But that's how they're all presenting, especially to the biggest channelers in the world right now. They're presenting as collectives. And Susan Geisman on YouTube, and I think she's got Facebook and some other things. She is actually channeling Yeshua, and he I'm trying to remember what she named her group. She was
is
particularly
it the universe is talking to you? If that's the person, because if that's the right person, she channels Yeshua and she channels all energies,
everybody, yeah.
Arcturian, anything.
And
Yeah, it's
she was
awesome.
not particularly religious, but he presented himself to her as Jesus because he thought that she might relate to him better as Jesus. But they call the group something else. I forget now what it is. But when she channels him, it will raise the hair on your arms. And everything he is saying is exactly what I'm getting, is that they're all coming together now.
Yeah, this is just one
They're
channel I
all
follow.
it's
Like the information I'm getting. Sorry, go ahead.
Suzanne
A second.
Suzanne Geisman is her name, and she's often on Michael Sanders' show, and she comes on Alex Ferrari's The Next Soul Level. That's where I first saw her.
She's a medium who's actually doing directly energies themselves. She's a psychic medium. This woman who I'm talking to about, and she got her own website that she just started for quantum healing sessions, stuff like that. That's what she's doing. Like, oh, cool. But I
Well,
looked
there's a
at one
lot.
video.
There's a
Yeah, it's
lot of
awesome.
them now, and people are just popping up out of the woodwork, just everybody and everybody. And I'm hearing my guides very clearly. Um, I think all of us are hearing things much more clearly. And
It's because of the energies that's here now.
when I kept asking my guides when I was with the group, I was like, "Is this real? Am I doing the right thing?" I could just see them shrug their shoulders, and they asked me, "Well, are you having fun?" And I thought, okay, well, that's the answer I needed, because they can't intervene, but they can give me that, if you're having fun and it makes you happy, we're not going to interfere. So that was my clue. That was my last, big clue was you know, I obviously thought I was getting something from that, and it wasn't what I needed. So I moved right along, and I do have a few trust issues from that.
This is who I'm talking about. That's not who you're talking about. This is another chick, Elita. What's her name? This is who
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
I've
She's really good. She does a lot.
yeah.
And when
And
she came
there's another
through,
one that does the Judah Collective. She's more. She's not my style. I'll just say she's not my style. She's more has more religiosity to it. You know, where he's absolute, and you know Michael is stern, and this and this and that. And that's not how I experience Archangel Michael. I experience him as being just fun. He's a fun guy. But I mean, yeah, he can kick butt when he needs to. But it's really all about we're supposed to live a joyous life, and
it's your perception of what you are as the human, of how you perceive and those other energies. Because
you
like there's
don't.
energies that I'm picking up. It don't matter who it is. I mean, I'm aligning with myself, but it's okay. You got to be someone
Well,
that dark to go be who you are now.
well, and we're here to be human. We're not here to be angels. We're not here to be perfect. We're not here to
Right.
adhere
Yes. You
to
guys want to
every
hear something
little
real
thing.
cool? Well,
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
don't know what to make of it. Somebody told me it what it was, but I figured I'd want to share this with a lot of you people. Um, about 2 weeks ago, after I talking to this giant light or whatever. Well, actually, it was before I talked to the giant light. I think there was. I kept saying there was something I needed to do, something needed to happen, and I was waiting, and I couldn't quite get over a hump. There was something I couldn't figure out. So I couldn't go to sleep for 3 days straight, and I don't know why. Something was irking me. And that one night, I was in here watching TV, and I started feeling a calmness, a serenity.
Yeah.
And I went into the bathroom and smoked like I normally do. Um, it was early in the morning, and I tried to get a hold of, the people I talked to, but I couldn't get a hold of anybody. It was really weird. So I sat there, I started watching a video, and I'm watching the video, and I started feeling a big rush of energy. I swear that something yanked me. My head flew back like I almost got whiplash. I was holding a cigarette in my hand. I got whiplash. My head went up. And next thing I know, I could see myself. My body was down below, and I'm being pulled up. I'm watching my body get smaller and smaller, and I'm going through the roof, I'm going through the ceiling, and I was yanked. And it felt like I was yanked into another reality. When it stopped, I ended up in this place. I don't even know how to explain it. Some say it was the fifth dimension. I don't know. I recognize the place.
Was it all happy and love? Seriously, was it like you were so euphoric?
Let me explain this, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. I didn't know what it was. It yanked me. I mean, I've never been yanked like that. I mean, even when I passed unalive myself many times, I've never been yanked like this. This thing yanked me out of my freaking body. I'm up in front of a table. It was a crescent moon table. It had golden trim. There was two chairs. There was me, well, a body of me or something of me right here on the left of me in a chair. There was a woman on this side. I didn't know who she was, but she had dark hair. My astral projection was standing behind this body or whoever this was, right? I didn't know. I'm on, what the hell am I doing here? Why am I looking at myself? It was like I'm watching a movie of myself, and I'm sitting here in this chair. They hand him a pen, and he's holding the pen like this, twirling it around his fingers, and at the edge of the pen, it had a gold stream of like magic, it looked like particles coming out. It was really cool. He's holding it in his hand and he's flipping it around. I looked down, I was trying to look at him. I could look, but I couldn't say anything. I looked over, it was me, but not me. Like a higher evolution of me, I don't know. But so I stood back up and I was standing behind him. It was like nobody could see me, but I was there. I looked forward and it was my guide. Her name was Elfie. She's standing right there. She's sitting behind the desk. There was a big dragon person behind her, a big dragonoid green there. The Palladian I always talked to was sitting beside her, and on this side was 7 more space beings that I've always encountered. I've encountered an Arcturian. Every being that I've ever encountered was sitting on this side of the table. On this side of the table with beings I've never seen, I've never encountered them. I know what they are, but I've never seen that particular being, if you know what I mean. I think it was her side of the table. You know what I'm saying? She grabs the paper. It was like a scroll. She turned the scroll to him to hire me. I'll call myself hire me, whatever. She turned the scroll to him and he says, "Why should I sign this? I already signed it. I don't see the point." And Epi, she says, she already signed it. She doesn't have a problem with it. And that confirmed to me that it was a woman or a girl or whoever this was beside me. And I was like, who is that? Is that a guy or a girl? What? And then when she said she had no problem with that, I'm like, huh, interesting. And I tried to speak, but nothing was coming out. So she said, she turns back to my higher self or whoever this wasn't, my other self here. And she's like, well, you need to sign it. And he goes, well, I'm not signing it. There's no reason for me to sign it. She says, oh, she nodded. She took the scroll. And it went all the way down the edge of the table to the last being that was sitting at the edge of the table. Each one of them were holding the scroll, explaining why he needed to sign it. They went to every single individual until it came back to her. And she says, are you going to sign it now? He takes it. You can see his head. He goes, He goes, fine. I goes, I really don't want to sign this, but I'll sign it. And she said, it's not a new contract. It's a reconstruction.
Oh, yes, and there's a lot of
Because-
people that
Yes.
are redoing their soul contracts.
And she said it was reconstructed. He goes, well, why is it reconstructed? He goes, because an imminent force altered your timeline, altered your fate.
Right.
Somebody, a higher being, altered your fate.
That's what you were talking to me about as a warning, and I don't know. I was like, "What? Just deal with it and just change it yourself back, or to another. You can't change it back. Just change it differently."
She said it changed your life so much. We have to do this. He said, okay, and so this is going to help all of me. Like he knew I was behind him, but you know what I'm saying? Like he knew I was behind him.
Right.
So he takes it. I'm trying to look at the paper because I was interested in what the scroll was looking like. I'm looking like this. It was all this weird symbols and stuff like that, and I didn't know what it was. And I'm like, interesting. So he takes the gold pen, he signs it with this big, long, weird pictograph name. He hands her the scroll. She takes it, she rolls it up, she kisses it, basically sealing it. She takes it, she puts it in her hand right here with the other scroll of the person that was beside me. She took the scroll, and both of the scrolls went up in the air out of her hand like this. It spun around, and then they disappeared into like a pink and gold flakes disappeared.
So you essentially had a soul contract renegotiation. Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
it
beautiful. That was awesome.
Yeah.
and I was like, what?
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
It is because it's dealing with what we knew before, and it's like, wait a minute. Well, we have to get rid of all that garbage because we're recreating ourselves right now.
Yeah.
And the power that yanked me, oh my God.
But yeah, like you, Brim, and Mac, and Sherry, and like some of the others, I think your path was changed to a much stronger degree than say mine. Mine was not changed. I went off on a little. I
Oh,
just took a little trip off sideways, and I got right back
I
on.
mean, I could feel like I felt Gaia's energy, I felt Ra's energy, Horus, even Grim. I felt energy, even that big portal of light that talked to me. I felt that. Whatever pulled me was nothing compared to that was the most powerful thing that I felt. That was
that's why I don't get that because I want that. I crazy. I consume
that
energy.
was
That's all I do. But I
literally
spew it out back out and make it better. But sorry, could you repeat that?
that was the me being yanked. That was the most powerful thing I've ever felt. Besides that talking light.
And it may happen to you, Mac. It may not happen in
It
the
may, but the
same
point
way.
is, I know I know who we are. We know who we actually are. It's just a fact of I might not want to crave to come back here, but I know that's where everything is fun's out of here. And that's the point. Like, okay, I get to be myself real quick, but then I'm going to be myself down here. I love that because
The other
I love energy.
the
I
other
love
thing
it.
I wanted to tell you guys was I was watching. I just love my YouTubes, and so I'm watching Michael Sanders, and he had a lady on, and I cannot think of her name, but she's been channeling since she was like 8, with star beings, and she told her whole life story. But anyway, she visits with people in the future, and so she went into the future to channel with Michael, the host, and asked him, told him where he was at that point and what was going on in the world around him. And it was as soon as 2028 that we're going to be seeing some huge, huge changes in our world. And then she went up to 2030, 2040. And at the very, very end, she channeled Hitler, and it knocked my socks off what she said. You guys have got to go on and look up Michael Sanders. He's a big podcaster, channeler, person like Alex Ferrari, and he's a little bit nutty, but he has some extremely interesting people on there. But I saved that one because she's talking about the things that are going to be happening in our future. And just like everybody else, and just like my guides and Michael and everybody is saying, it's going to happen a lot sooner than we think it is.
And it's because we're expecting it. And that's what I'm wanting to have happen. Now, this Michael Sanders, is this a YouTuber and is he about race cars?
No, no, he had a chicken.
Um,
He had a chicken for a long time named
I'm looking for him on YouTube.
calls everybody something bear. His wife is Hannah Bear. His baby is somebody bear, and he's just different. But he has a lot of interesting folks.
Because I found this Michael Sanders. That was, I mean,
He
sorry.
wears funky glasses.
Catfish, no ring, something funky. I don't
He
know.
wears these big funky glasses.
But anyways,
I'll
what
send
we're
it to you,
doing,
Brim.
yes,
I'll
thank
send
you.
it to you, Mac, on Messenger.
Okay. What we're doing here is basically doing this, do the lives. I think that's a great thing. Getting message out there. What I prefer, what I want to do is resonate in location.
But
Like
that's our
my home
job
base
right
is here.
now.
Yes.
Our job right now is to tell as many people as we can that love. It's all
Yes,
about
is
love.
the yes, of course, yes, yes, and I'm
We
doing
are
it.
to
Yeah,
love everyone and everything. And yes, Gaia is changing, and yes, the earth will be
yeah, I've
changing.
noticed it. I have
And
noticed that because I mean, I
our
saw
way of
myself in the
life,
river the other day, or
our
few weeks
way of
ago.
life is going to change. But we're not going to have a freeze out. We're not going to have a burnout, a radiation
Nope.
out. We're not going to have any of those things that
No, because that's fear porn.
people
You got
are.
to get rid of that mentality. Bring only the love and
We
uplifting
have to get out of
frequencies
those.
to be
We can't
happy.
manifest
Yes,
those
because it's
timelines.
about us. No, we can't
Yes.
because it's about us. That's the energy storm that is expected. So we change our minds and other humans' minds, it'll be better for all of us. That's what I'm doing here. That's why I'm not seeing anything bad weather since day one I moved here.
Well, and
I do that. I do that. And that's,
Michael says we have to change the way we're thinking about all the evil things that are going
yes,
around in the
yes,
world,
yes. I'm aware of
because
that
Whenever
these
too.
we
are
face
things that are necessary. They're
whenever we face
necessary
that
for us.
negativity, we need to switch it to the positive. We need to transmute that
Mend it, to mend it,
negative
yes.
energy, throw it back to source, because if we have it residing within ourselves, it's just going to linger there and fester and grow. Whatever fear, whatever negative energy you have, you need to take it, crumple it up into a big ball, and throw it back to source. Source
Well,
of
and
it.
it's like Dolores Cannon says, you're
Yes.
going to live in whatever world you manifest. And if
Yeah,
you
I
manifest
like that.
a world
Right.
of radiation, or you manifest a world of a snowstorm, or you manifest a world of hate and war and fear, that's the world you're going to end up living in 3D.
Let's do Care Bears and race cars. Speed racers,
Eventually,
go Speed Racer.
well, eventually everyone will get out of that, but how fast you get out of it depends on you.
exactly.
Yes, exactly.
So, I mean, I don't want to go live in that world for any length of time. So, I'm not going to manifest any of that at any point.
I'm not going back anything negative. I'm only moving forward. I live 5D. What's around me outside of my sanctuary, which is my home, is not exactly 5D. It is 4D, 5D.
Yeah,
It
for
is more likely 3D, 4D. That's where everyone actually we're officially in 4D now. We are. That's why I saw myself in the freaking river 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, before Mount Shasta.
yeah.
So I mean, I saw myself. I'm Leviathan. Hello. But anyways, I seen that and it was awesome. And like, okay, I just came out here to resonate with the sun and the water, and I'm just seeing myself. And then like, okay, I must be somewhere else. These frequencies are different. And then about a week later, other groups that I'm with, my Trinity self, we are actually energies vibing over there, and that's Yeshua. That's physical flesh Yeshua. He's just not familiar with who he really is. He thinks we have to go to Spain and fight the Armageddon War. No, I told him, no, I'm not doing that. I'm here in Shasta. Oh, I'm here in Sacramento. I picked my place. Why I'm here is because of my dreams. Nothing had to do with the group that we were in. It was because of my dreams.
Yeah.
Now, the Lemurians want me here. I'm waiting to see them punks so I can pop in their noses because I just love them. You know, I'm just waiting.
Well,
They want me to get better. I know.
and they
But I'm
are
too zany.
they are going to come sooner rather than later, because they're bringing healing, because our bodies,
Yeah, Gartha is coming too. Gartha, actually, Argatha is here.
we need to our bodies need to change and grow, and they're going to be bringing that technology, the space beings that aren't spiritual beings. I mean, they are, but you know what I'm saying. Like angels
Yeah,
and those
yes.
saints, they're spiritual. They don't have a body.
Yeah.
Space beings they have a body.
Yeah, they're
And
physically like us. They're
yes,
bipedal,
and they
basically.
are bringing, with their spaceships and things and whatever's, they are bringing the technology to the people. And what right now they're removing certain aspects from the planet to make it easier for them to come in, and it's happening faster than even they thought it was going to, because I think their original Chiron was thinking that it was going to be more in the 2030s, but I think it's moved up.
No, it's now because we're human. We're impatient. Hello, but even though we have to
But we're
process
also
slowly,
we've
Because
grown
my
faster than they anticipated that we would, and they're so proud of us, and so, but they want to give us hope. So they're going to
they
bring
don't need
these
hope. There's no hope. I know what you mean.
to heal
I
our
think it's going to
bodies
happen in
so
2027.
that we
I keep having the premonitions of 2027 is when,
I was wondering about 2025. So
well, stuff is going to happen this year. I've
yeah,
already seen it, and it's
yes.
playing out exactly how I seen it. And starting next year, we're going to start having more personal. People are going to have a lot more personal experiences with spatial beings, and by 2030, they're fully going to come down here. 2027, I think they're going to fully come down here, and they're going to say, "Look, we're here to guide you. We're not here to hold your hand. We're here to help
yeah,
you." In the
right.
way
Well,
you need to
they're
be.
already forming groups and pulling groups up.
Yeah, I saw a cloud being right here in my room
And
this
you know,
morning. Like, who are
but
you?
so that we won't be so fearful, and
Yeah,
they're going to impact. They're going to help empower us. They're not going to save us. We have to
Oh,
save
we save
ourselves.
ourselves itself. That's what God is about. That's what Yeshua's message was. That's what Buddha was about. You have the power to do whatever you desire.
But
We just love. We're here.
we started interfering with other people's worlds, is when they had to start doing something about it, because we're messing up
Yes.
other dimensions. We're messing up other densities. The Sasquatch world, the fairy world, the mer people world, the inner Earth world. Those
I
people
really think it's best
messed
that we
up.
unite all realms
So they
and
had to
being
kind
able
of move
to.
things up a little bit because we were about to screw it all up, and they didn't want to have to build it up
Oh,
again. We were too
yeah.
far along.
yeah. Okay. Because I'm thinking of the things that I've been doing lately. My guys were telling me just the ending of last week to slow down because I was getting those frequencies, energies raising since Thursday, and before that, I was burning people, and I was told stop doing this. God damn it.
Yeah.
Are we? No, yes. It's okay. Calm down. So I'm just like, okay, maybe I should calm down on what I'm doing as well. Just relax.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You
Okay.
have to push your own aura out, Mac, so that other
No, I
people
do. Yes, I am doing
enveloped
that.
in your aura rather than allowing them to penetrate yours.
Yeah. No. 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 That's what I'm doing. Is the fact of before I was actually taking those negative beings that are really, I was changing their ways, and so I was agitating them,
Yes.
and that's what the problem was. I was doing that too much, and I was doing it because I like to do that stuff. I'm a bully beater.
Well, and sometimes you do want to take people and just shake them and say, "What the heck are you thinking? Stop it."
That's not what I'm That's not what I'm referring to. Well, yes, it is. It is that, but I was referring to the physical. I was referring to the actual, those energies who the dark, whatever they think they are dark. They don't know dark. They think they know dark. You know what I mean? Those
But
ones I was attacking.
there are
The energy fields.
we are all God. We are all parts of God, and we've
Yes.
all been given free will. And then there does come a point when a soul has been given chance after chance after chance, they refuse.
And that's what I'm talking about to
That's
them. I
the
was
light.
actually attacking them
So
because y'all gonna get burned either way. That's what.
they will be isolated from us. They will
Yes.
be taken away, isolated, taken to their own place for rehabilitation. Forever, how long it's going to take to rehabilitate that soul. God doesn't give up on anybody. And so, I mean,
And that's why God is love. It's beautiful. It's something I can't
Here's
comprehend
the thing that a
myself because of
lot of
who I
people
am.
don't realize here. Hold on. A lot of things that people don't realize is there's I think it's Genesis 26:1. If I think it might be, maybe no, it's earlier. 126 maybe.
126.
It says, "Let us make man in our image,
Yes.
in our likeness."
Yes.
That tells you right there what everything you need to know.
Well,
That tells you
there's
everything.
two
It's a
creation
trinity.
stories there. There's
Right.
one right after the other
Oh, but it's truly
in
the Trinity.
Genesis,
The
right
Trinity in
there,
yourself.
the same, almost the same paragraph. There's two creation stories, and that was one of the first things I noticed when I was like 8 years old. I said, "What's up with that?" And nobody could ever tell me. And then I couldn't, I kept asking people, well, if Adam and Eve were the only people in the world, how do we end up with all these other people? And they kept making up all this stuff. And I said,
Yep, I was right
do
there with
you
you on that
understand how
question.
ridiculous you sound as an adult talking to me, a kid? That
Exactly.
explains so well to me. And that's when I started doing my own reading. But,
I got to say, go ahead. Sorry.
the thing is that Lucifer was never meant to be the devil or Satan or any of those other.
No, we're not, are we? It's so misconstrued. Oh my God, they're so stupid. And my name isn't Lucifer. Actually, it's Zephiel. If you want to go in that realm.
Lucifer, though, is he has become more of an essence because he fell in love with humanity.
Yeah.
Ooh. He liked humans. He was envious of humans. He wanted the human experience.
You guys are getting it now.
And they told him, you can't do that. You cannot be an archangel and be a human. And he said, but I want to. And they said, no, you have to come back up here. You have to get cleansed.
I feel like I lived that story.
And so he came
and
back.
We're like, fuck you. We're going to do what we want to do.
And so he came back and they said, okay, if you go back, you won't be able to come back here. And so he did come back.
That's fine.
And he does have people who follow him. But the most important thing I take from that is that people who demonize him, who follow him, who fear him, they only strengthen that essence. Because most people who don't think of him, who don't ever think of him that way, who don't have any fear of him, that he gets no power from us. He gets his power from the people who fear and follow.
You're not looking at it as truthfully. See, I'm on the other side of that. I'm the Azurite King. I'm the Azure King. I'm the 13th dimensional being. I am the Indigo Foundation Ray. That's who my higher self is, Mac. That's who we are. That's who we are. That's why we are able to be Zafkiel. And who Zafkiel really is? Cassiel. Who really is that? Who really is Zafkiel? Lucifer. That's who we really are. But Lucifer is just a stupid name that they wanted to... It's so funny. So Anton was correct. Yes. Exactly. No. We are, but knowing who I am, I'm a black hole. No. I am a black hole who wants to suck all energy. See, I'm a Apophis. I'm going to destroy planet Earth, but it's not our Earth. It's another Earth. Yeah, the old Earth. Yeah. I'm supposed to kill everything. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm supposed to be the Antichrist. I don't want to do that. No. But I realize what it is. I can't do that now. I get to do it there. So I've been doing that there. I'm like, hey. So.
Well, the thing is there's a lot of history. There's a lot of things that people got wrong, but there's still things that they got right. And the basic tenet is that it's love. God is love. That is essentially all God is. God.
And that's why I'm here, not over there.
And I feel that the Creator is feminine. The Creator is feminine.
No. It is masculine because it is a father figure. God is love, protection, and love.
God female is gender.
No. Let me explain it. Yes, it does not have a gender because it is a sound field.
Yeah, I have a question. Are females a portal?
No. Yes and no. If you look at that old negative ways. Yes, the dualistic mind. Yeah.
You could view women as portals, but if you
like they're womb,
you could have 2,000 lives, and you could have 1,000 as a female and 1,000 as a male. There's no gender.
That's true. You're talking about the 24 that we're supposed to exist in, but it got screwed up. That's why we came back so many times because of that trap that they kept us in.
But that's a theory. The other theory is Earth is a school. We choose to come here so we can learn. This is the most dense, most difficult place to be, but you learn your lessons quickly.
If you don't, you'll learn.
It's a nice fairy place, but it would take you billions of years to learn what you needed to learn in 2 or 3 lifetimes.
And it's excellent to become a human because God's mind is right here. His memory It's memory. It is both masculine and feminine, but being as a father, see, the mother aspect is duality, white and black mother, yin and yang. Those are the mothers of this existence. Of
Okay,
all,
so
the
that's
only
what I was
thing
trying to
that's
say. Yeah.
separate from God is the all. That is the highest self. That is everything, all existences. Therefore, my job that I feel that I desire is not only resonating on land in different locations around the world, like seriously doing that, like cleansing haunted houses and stuff. That's what I would love to do. I want to suck that energy up so bad. Give it to me. But anyways, I'm gonna do
Is it
that.
like you're? Is it? I have a question. Sorry. Is it like you're
Yes, it's
transmuting
intoxication.
all?
Yeah, that's what I am, a transmuter. I'm an alchemist. I
Okay. All right. I was
transmute.
just trying
I'm
to
a
see if.
hermeticist. Yeah, I
Okay.
transmute energy.
Yeah.
That's why I know that I am a actual dark star that consumes
Yes.
all the energy. That if it doesn't like it, it
Dude,
runs away.
thank
It
you,
doesn't matter.
bro. I tell
That's
people I'm
what
a.
Lucifer
I'm a.
is. That's who we are, dog.
Yes.
I'm the Azure King. The
I tell
Azure
them.
King.
I tell them I'm a dark matter being, and dude, they think I'm the devil, bro, and they get scared, and I'm
No,
like,
dark isn't the no. See, they might see it because you're not comprehending how to explain it. I guess is what it is. Me, I don't care. I'm a trickster. I just am what I am, and I don't care. If you don't like me, go away. If you want to get into my
yes,
fields and
bro,
mess with me, I will burn you. Plain and simple.
yes,
We all
straight
have
up,
we all
big
have
dog.
dark and light. We all have male and female. We're all feminine and masculine. We're all dark. We're all light. You have to have that contrast. You can't see the light if you don't have the dark to contrast it. And sometimes you
Absolutely,
need the
100%.
dark to cleanse. And that's what they're doing now is they're cleansing. There's a lot of cleansing that needs to be going on. There's a lot of
Oh,
stuff,
it's
a lot of
happening.
trash needs to be taken out.
That's
And
why we're all here right now. Seriously, this is what we're. This is why
Because
we were born in the 70s and 80s and 90s and 60s. Seriously, guys, this is
dude,
why we
I
were
was
born in
born
these
a
time
lot
periods.
sooner
For us,
than
like,
that, and I'm still part of Dolores Cannon's group. I was one of the first wave of volunteers. And so, I mean,
so you're older than
I'm
the
older than Bert.
60s.
I'm
Whoa.
68. I'm very
I
old.
feel like I'm four. I
Oh
feel
no,
like
my
I'm
mom was 53,
40,000.
so you're my mom's age.
Yes, I'll be 68 this year. And I'm one of the first of the waves. And I just
Awesome.
know that from the time when I had a near death experience when I was around 7ish, I began to see things a lot differently and I began to ask a lot of questions. And then things got, I got into a pretty comfortable place and he had to shake me up again about 6 or 7 years ago. And I had another near death experience. And then since then, I've accelerated. I've really, I mean, I already had a pretty good knowledge base. I already had done a lot of reading, and I was very forward in my thinking for my generation. My siblings think I'm a witch, by the way, but and of course they think they're not going to be able to see me in heaven. But anyhow, um, I'm I've
Haha.
I've always been different. I've always thought differently, but the last 15 years I started accelerating, and then I got another big kick in the butt about 7 or 8 years ago. And it has really accelerated since then because I guess I wasn't moving fast enough. And my higher self told me that I was taking the medicine without getting better. And they needed to explain that to me. So now I'm taking my medicine and I'm trying to get better. But there's been a lot of people. There's a lot of people well before these generations that you're talking about, Mac. There were a lot of enlightened people, that
All
were
over, and they got
already.
snuffed out. I know. And those who
I
were
was
in the
reading
dark in that
Edgar.
time were meant to be.
I was reading Edgar Casey by the time I was 12, and Ruth Montgomery, and many of the other, and some of the movie stars. They were all, believing in reincarnation and the higher self and the spirituality. And people looked at them like they were crazy and talked about them like they were part
It
of
is always
the
the
cult.
artists because those are the ones who are most passionate about life.
And
What
there's
is life? The
light.
light. What is the light? It is love, because
And
God created it.
I read all their books, and I read as much as I could, and um, I knew about quantum energy before they even had a name for it. I was practicing quantum energy as a very young nurse in the early 80s before they had a name for it. They didn't know what to call it. And I was doing reggae before that got to be a big deal. You know, I had gone to the library and I'd haul home 10, 15 books at a time, teaching me how to do energy work on my patients in the very early 80s when you still
Wow.
before they had a computer. And they didn't have a name for any of that back then. And so when I'm reading the books now that are trying to teach me how to do quantum energy and Reiki, I'm already doing it.
Do you associate with Ayesha?
With what?
Ayesha Dean. I don't know her. I can't pronounce her name properly. Anyasha, Ayesha Dean. Do you know who that is?
No, I
Is
don't.
that
Oh.
a deity?
No, she's a woman who started this during the time of Dolores Clay in the '60s, really the '80s for her, and
Oh wow.
she dealt with the what I'm involved with, the actual clearing of the energy and getting make sure the star and Earth gates are realigned. That's why we're
Yes.
able to go to 5D now,
I
because
hadn't
they
read
did that
about
then.
her.
That's why I'm the Azure King.
Mm.
That's why I'm a freaking
I was
Foundation
a,
Ray. I'm of the Emerald Order. The Emerald Order. That's what I'm involved with.
I was a student of Dr. Larry Dawsey in the very beginning, and Edgar Casey and Ruth Montgomery and those guys. And there were several others I can't remember now. It was so long ago I read them, but I read Edgar Casey over and again, many of his books over and again. And when Dolores Cannon started writing, I started reading all of her books, and everything in it resonated with me to the point where it was like I was reading something I had already read before. It was just very bizarre, and so I mean I've been doing this well before it got to be a happy place, you know. And when people, the new spiritual TikTok kind of cracks me up sometimes because, you know, it's not a hierarchy. Nobody is better than anybody. Nobody is more talented or gifted than anyone. We all have gifts. God gave us all gifts. When we were born, He gave us gifts. And then we can acquire more gifts along the way. As you do the work on yourself, you continue to acquire more gifts, in that it's not that they are bestowed upon you because you're more special than somebody else. It's because you were perhaps in a place in your life where you were more ready to use them.
Yeah.
Or
Bam.
you were in a place
Yeah.
to use them differently, you know?
And I unlocked a lot of powers through like having a lot of traumatic experiences as well.
That's why we're star seeds, y'all. I'm telling you, that's it. That's why we're special, because we had to be bruised up.
Yeah, like
we have to.
I've seen the lower hell realms before.
We're all stars. We all came from the stars. We all came from God. We're all star seeds. You know, nobody's more special than anybody else.
But it's beyond the stars. It's like we think the universe alone, like God is. It's still hard to fathom that. Like anything outside of God, there's nothing is. But I also look at the inverse of anything inside of God. Everything is inside and outside. I look at both. What is duality? That's why you got to mix. That's why I understand I'm a transcending magus. I'm a magician, magus. It means I am syncing my gold chakra, my gold father, heart chakra, root chakra, with both dualistic mind, the white and black mothers, the yin and yang of the mind. You mend those and sync them in heart and mind, and you become one. You become God. You are God. That's basically what I've been doing. It's just now we're transcending because I'm not ascended yet.
We are. You know,
I feel like I know I'm duality.
That's what we're all doing.
Like a duality conscious. I know I'm that. Like I know I live that story, both the archangel and the fallen angel. But I don't. I think that's where I'm like balancing it
You
now.
got to include God. God is just love. God, look at it. You're gonna let it. Look. We're gonna go to hell. We're in hell now. I'm just saying those who are in
Yeah,
whatever hell in their
you
mind, they're
can't
gonna get
really
the
you
chance to
can't
go
really
back
see
to
it.
God still.
We came here to experience duality because that's where we're learning our lessons.
Yes.
Duality experience
Exactly. It's a school.
exists in order to teach us. The reason we come in with amnesia is for us to learn. And if we don't learn it this time, we'll learn it on another time around. Or this
Or
life,
how,
we might be concentrating on something else. You know, we may just decide
Oh,
to incarnate as a housewife who has a family and doesn't, her job is to stay home and take care of her husband and her children and have the, two kids and a dog, and that is her experience. That was the whole purpose of that life. Not to do anything bigger or major or wonderful or amazing. It was to have that experience, bring it back, incorporate it into the
the
higher
Matrix.
soul, and then go and then decide what adventure you want next. What do you want to do next?
Yes, that's exactly what we have to remember. That's exactly what
that
it
helped.
is. We don't always have to
Yeah,
give
that helped
purpose.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. That just helped me a lot.
Well, I mean, we can't do it all in one. You know what I'm saying? You can't just decide you're going to be born and do everything and be amazing. You have to understand that that may not be your purpose this time, and not everybody has to have what they call a purpose.
Not only that, if that's
And
the
the first thing
case, there's
people
no
ask
reason for
is,
you and I to actually be here. There'll just only be God, one being. That's it. What's the
well,
fun with just one being, right?
we might decide not to incarnate. We might decide to stay up there and float around on a cloud and have a vacation.
But even up there, it's still like there's more fun with other yous, not just one you. That's boring.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then I heard one guy explain in an NDE that there were so many different heavens, and I had read this in a book that I read 30 years ago, that there's so many different heavens because people have an ideation of what they think heaven is. So when they go there, they go to what they think it is, and they stay there for until they're gently reminded. So he went to a heaven where everybody was just in white robes and bowing down over a golden throne, and that's all they did all day long, every day, all day long. And then there were other people who were frolicking in the meadow, people who were fishing. They were doing what they thought their idea, or people who had their house in the woods, people who had their house on the beach, people who lived in the house they grew up in, an exact replica of, and or they went back to a time in their life and their family and kept re-experiencing that period of time over and over until
And
they
the
are
point, yes.
reminded.
So they break
And
the pattern, or
Yes,
yeah,
I think it's like what we
eventually.
do it in here. We bring it here. You have a living dream. You live your dreams here. The point
well
of
you
dreaming is you're at your higher self state. You're still doing things,
well
but you
you
come
have
back
a
here to finish things.
team, and your team lets you indulge yourself for a period of time, and then they say, okay, it's time for you to get over that, and let's move on and let's make a new plan. you know um so
Yes,
not
I
every
get that.
yeah, I mean, they indulge them because it'd be what,
Yeah,
shock.
and that I
Some
just talked to her earlier about that. I was like, yeah, okay, no, seriously, this morning that exactly happened, and like, okay, time to move, something like that. I'm like, yeah, 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 yeah,
But
and that's and
Pluto, that's just, you can't. Some people can't be shocked that way. It doesn't.
yes,
So they
yeah,
have
that's
to
the way. hmm
gently. And your team, who knows
hmm
you better than your team,
yeah,
than the
they
people you
shot
travel
they
with?
shocked my ass. They shocked me so bad, but I had to learn.
Well, and it could be that this is the life you decided that you were going to be shocked.
Yes, they definitely threw me down in a lower realm for a couple days, and I learned my lesson.
Well, and what were you doing? I always, my higher self tells me I'm too hard on myself, but
Oh, right,
Yeah,
exactly. I hear you on
me
that, sister.
too. It's like I barely did anything bad, but it's the way I look at it. It's like it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if I barely. It's still horrible. Like,
Oh, really? Yes, I know exactly that. I've been through that. I mean, I did
It's
that
not
in my
I don't
true.
know
teenagers and
why
my
I do
20s.
it. But if anyone else does anything bad, it's like I love them more. But if I do something bad, I hate me more.
Yes, and you got to stop that.
Yes, we do. We got to stop that for sure. That's what we do. I know. I'm so incriminating myself worse than anyone else. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. When people are like,
Just
you're so happy.
you're doing
No, I'm
great.
not. I break myself down.
Positive affirmation and positive affirmation. Look yourself in the mirror and be like, "Hey, I am this. I am doing great." Intend at night what you want to have your next day as. And also, here's a new one that has been brought to me. Whatever you intend on at night and in the morning, wake up in the morning, do this as a ritual. Do at night, same thing as a ritual. I give this to you, Source God. I give this to God's source. Whatever the issue is, whatever you want to happen, I give this like a wish. I give this to you. Go to sleep, wake up, and then things. I got to do that. I just was told about this
Yeah, why
yesterday.
do I think I need to carry everything and fix everything besides myself, though?
Duh, I know, right?
I want to break myself down.
Well, and you don't, and that may not. I mean, it may not be part of your plan. But it may be what you need to be doing to learn that.
Mighty Mac, I have a question. Do you think the reason that we're like that is because we got broken down for no reason at certain points in our life, so we just tend to do that? Like
No,
it's just
not for no reason. We're here for any purpose, some purpose, and our steps are just like what Honey mentioned, is that you are vacation for a little bit, you're standstill, stagnant station as you are, and you're having fun, and then you got to move on. I've had that throughout my life,
Well,
and
I
it's
don't
like
know.
yeah,
okay,
Well, I think
gotta
I
move on.
understand what you're saying to me is that because of something that happened to you earlier that caused you to react to
Yeah,
people the way you do. And it
yeah,
could be one of many things. It could be that you chose your family situation or that particular situation to
that's
wake
crazy.
you at this particular time in your life.
Yeah, it's
but
something
Or
right
like
now I
it's
just
like
live.
it's
or you
subconsciously
had
like that.
or you had a plan and you were, running off the trail and your guides had to bring you back.
Oh, you're talking about like that? No, see, I'm a daily. I've been in
And he's talking
communication since I was a child with
right, but
myself, like not my higher self, but
what Crypto's talking about is his reactions
Like,
today.
why am I reacting like that towards
oh.
myself? Like,
Right.
what caused me to do
Oh,
that?
that's just the higher energies that's fusing through, like I mentioned before. It's the
Well, and it
synchrony, the 5D energies are here of love. So people's are either rejecting that love energy because it's being forced down a little bit to a point, or
Yeah,
they're
I don't want to be
trying to
forced
figure it out.
anything.
Right, and
Yes.
that's what it's just been
well,
happening because I guess it's just crunch time. It's your people's choices.
you
I
may have
mean,
just had an experience as a child that taught you a coping mechanism or taught you
Yes,
a
or
way to feel
big.
about yourself. You learn all those things
Yeah,
before you're 7.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so, you could have, and now you're working through that process and you're blaming yourself. And
oh, okay, I see
part
what
of
she's
your
talking about.
part of your rehabilitate
I,
part
I
of your
I
journey.
appreciate you guys a lot, and I appreciate you, host. Thank you. Get the host, guys.
Yeah. Do y'all remember Shirley MacLaine, the dancer and singer?
Yeah.
She wrote a book called The Camino, and I read that when I was a teenager. And she was one of the first of the like celebrity type people that I started following who had that same type of thinking that I was having because I was thinking I just was imagining things or very imaginative because I like to read a lot and my favorite book in the world was The Hobbit, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But she was one of the first people that I started reading and realizing that other people thought the way I did and that Edgar Casey wasn't crazy, like a lot of people said he was. And then Larry Dossey, he set out on a worldwide journey to prove a lot of this stuff. And he spent the rest of his life, he and his wife, traveling the world. He was a physician and a minister, and he thought the miracles that he was hearing about were people who were scammers, and he was going to go get the scammers. And then when he got out there and found that these were real people performing real miracles, is when he started looking into. And he was the first person I was reading, some of the more in depth about guides.
Yeah, continue for a little bit longer. Then somebody asked me a question about the dragon.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I'll answer your question, Julie, in a minute.
My aunt said that. My aunt said that she had a dragon like come pick her up, pick her soul up in her body in a near-death experience. She just went through it.
Wow.
How
Just
cool is
recently?
that?
Wow.
Yes, recently.
That's
Yeah.
awesome, dude.
And it like took her to another realm and like showed her some of her past life and showed her some stuff that's gonna happen in like the future, like some earthquakes and some places where like the safe spots are. A lot of crazy stuff. Yeah, it just happened.
Could she remember everything?
Yeah, she does. I actually live in her house, but yeah, she's at the neighbors. But when she gets back, I told her to share her story, but like she's so like traumatically experienced because someone poisoned her, and I feel like they try to poison us. I feel like I was poisoned too, but
see, that's the thing. You were thinking, and therefore you made it happen. That's how we have to be careful with conscious magic.
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Wait, what? It's like when I thought about it, I was creating it to happen. That's why I went to the lower
that's why
realm.
we have to be careful with that stuff. Yeah.
What
So
the
what I
heck?
want
I
to do is,
manifested it. I manifested it.
yes. What I'm
No.
interested in doing is actually creating the new crystal cities with the new crystal grids. So I got to start working on crystal technologies and stuff. That's part of the reason why I'm becoming a business person.
Were there already crystal cities? Because I think I have dreams either like I came from the future.
The Lemuria, the Lemurians have that, and there's a guy who created the Omni.
Well,
Atlantia,
Atlantia,
the Omnicore.
Lemuria, and they took all the crystals from the crystal cities and spread a lot of them around, and there are many of them buried here on Earth. There's a whole
I guess that's why
ton
I'm
of them
here.
buried over in the Ozarks, up in Arkansas, Missouri, parts of Kansas, where the Ozark Mountains are. There's a ton of crystals that are so buried because they're so powerful. They didn't want anybody to find them. But now, have y'all been reading about these instances where crystals are just popping up out of the ground?
Yeah.
No.
Out of the asphalt?
Yeah.
Just popping up and...
I'm in Indiana, so I don't really see much.
I'm sorry, son. I'm in Texas, and I feel sorry for me, too.
People want to know about my dragon. Well, see, about my dragon, I guess I should share the story. People want to know about it, and I guess the best way I could do it is just explaining the story. My dragon is a god created from another reality. He came into this reality because the other one got destroyed. And when he formed the seven planets in the Alarian star system, he created his own beings, and he basically stayed in his area. He wasn't really like an interstellar being at this point. He just wanted to focus on his people. And what had happened was his race of people weren't connected to this source like you guys are, like everybody else in this universe. He's not connected to the source that you guys are. And he wanted to find out.
Wow.
And the problem was because he was from a different universe, he couldn't connect to it. So the only way he could connect to it, he wanted to learn what the universe and the energy here, because he was in tune with a different frequency. And he wanted his people to be in tune with this universe. So they had a battle and everything happened, and he ended up coming here. To make a long story short, Part of his shard went through several reincarnations on Earth, chasing his wife's half part of her soul through the thing. But his full shard came to be when I was born, and okay. I was born. I was supposed to be a twin. My brother passed on September 6th. He died at 6:06 a.m. They cleaned my mother out. They put her in a room. They didn't see me in there. I wasn't supposed to be there at all. This is what they don't understand. Well, when God, space being, whoever, they put me into my mother, she was an empty vessel at the time. I was a twin to my brother, but I wasn't in there. I was born September 7th at 1973 at 7:07 a.m. I was the seventh child and the seventh son of the family. So many sevens. In my entire life, I've been taken, I've seen different beings, I've had divine intervention. And this entire time, there was a being behind that I kept hearing a voice, but I was ignoring it. I didn't want to hear it because when I did listen to it, they thought I was crazy. They wanted to give me medication. And I'm like, look, I'm hearing things, I'm seeing things and this and that. They wanted to give me medication. So I pretty much kept it to myself. When I was 7 years old, my dad tried to unalive me. He wanted to burn the place down. He nailed the window shut and tried to burn the place down. And if it wasn't for that Palladian being there to help me at that time, I wouldn't be here today. And as I grew up as a child, I had many spiritual encounters. I mean, I've had the goddess Aphrodite come to me when I was 13. I've had a draconian come to me in my mind, and whenever I needed to talk to, all I had to do was close my eyes. Her name is Sola. She's a young draconian girl that helps me, and she heals me when I had nobody else to rely on when I was by myself. I was in a coma, and I was taken to another world. In my coma, I was in there for 3 months one time, and I was taken to another place, and then another time I had another coma and I was in there for 6 months. I wasn't here on Earth. I was in another place. So in this entire life, I have lived 3 lives within one because I lived lives when I was in a coma in another world. I lived those lives. So for me, I take it as Earth is a learning experience, and being the being that is in here helps me help you, because this dragon is a golden dragon and he is a god, but he doesn't want to be seen as a god. That is my issue. Is all during time he's been kings, he's been queens, he's been this, he's been that. He's lived many lives, and I've lived many lives. I know a lot of them. He never wants to be seen as a higher being. He wants to be equal with everybody. He's always been an equal. He wants everybody to be equal, and that is his major thing. He might be a god. He might have all these powers, but he doesn't want to be seen as that. He wants to be seen just like you, every one of you, and he wanted to learn love. He's seen Earth. He came down here. Well, me, him, I'm here. And wanted to experience love in a human way. Do I sense dragons? Yes. I sense dragons. Can I tell what dragons what? Sometimes I can, because the earth dragons are different from the celestial dragons, and the celestial dragons are different from Grimm's world. Grimm's world they were all spiritual dragons that wanted to experience different lives. So they took their energy and became a being of their own. So when I came here, I was living as a dragon in a human body. I have seen many ships up there up in the universe. I've seen a golden ship. I've been on it. I've seen the Celestial Council ship. I have seen Ashtar Command. I have seen them all. I've seen a ship called Eve. This ship called Eve, you have no idea what it is. It is a place where they house your your spatial body. So your spatial body can come to Earth and live the human experience. It's called Eve. It looks like a long cigar, and in the middle, it's spinning. It's spinning. And in here, you see, it looks like billions and billions of medical beds of aliens coming down here to live a human life. I have seen these ships. I have been on them. I have been taken. I have went up to the Palladians billions of times. And the one that opened me up to the Palladians and realizing that it was the Palladians that had influenced my entire life was the commander. He told me that I was going to have the Palladians come into my life. He did. When I met with Rory and I decided to listen to Rory, I realized that I should listen to the sleeping dragon behind me. Because that sleeping dragon has more wisdom and more powerful and more love and light than anything ever. And he may have altered my contract. And I might have had to be yanked up there to have it repulled and redone. But again, it is what it is. I learned a very valuable lessons in my time on this planet, as we all will. Why do we learn those? Is because when we evolve into another spatial being, we will be able to help all of those others, and we will know how to handle those situations for those individuals that might need help. That is why we're here on Earth.
Yes, indeed, that's true.
I am Grim. If anybody wants to hear him, you can hear him, because you will, like other people's channels, not that I'm criticizing, you can tell a difference between a real channel and a cloudy channel.
Can you send me some energy right now? You yourself. I want to feel you.
I'm going to pull him for a little bit.
Yes. I was gonna light some candles. Fucking, I'm too excited.
No more na hana hinaka. Onne mo noa. Ainia.
It's all right.
Who has summoned me?
Ooh,
I am the dragon. I am Grim.
You know who we are, brother.
I came to this planet to show the love and light and to express and help humanity. I have that power and that love for every one of you. I sense a dragon in here right now. She is a blue serpent with a golden fin. I see her now. She uses water magic. She's very powerful. She's still a newborn, but she is growing. I'm not one to say, I'm going to grant you these powers, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull your dragon. No, you want to learn how to pull your dragon? You look within yourself. If you feel that energy when you go to your quiet place, you feel that energy. That energy will manifest into the dragon itself. It will become the dragon if it's meant to be. It might become a familiar. But when you want and you feel that dragon energy, that dragon power, it will transmute itself and you will see it in front of you. You draw yourself closer when you want to know the dragon's name. You touch the dragon. You communicate with the dragon. You take your palm and you place it on the forehead. Or you take your third eye. You put it to that one. You become two and one. You bond with that dragon. The dragon will give you its name. That is the true bond. When you're in your time of weakness and within your time of fear, when you need it the best, it will come. It will be there for you. You will feel that energy. You will feel that enlightenment. Thus, you will be who you meant to be. If you are that dragon, there are many out there. There are many dragons. You're not just a wyvern. You're not just a serpent. You're not just a big brawny warrior. There are many kinds of dragons. Energy dragons, all kinds. You discern what kind of dragon you are as you discern what kind of being you are. You create. You are the creator. Only you have the pen and energy and the power to find who you truly are. Namaste.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know who's coming next. Is he coming out?
All right.
Well, I
Well,
felt the energy
there you
and
go.
whirled in me. That was nice. At first, it was like in the first couple seconds, you definitely felt that because I wanted that feel of that. Now, I wonder whose
Yeah.
dragon exactly that was he was referring to because I was thinking, wait a minute, I thought of myself as Crimson. Okay, think of Shark Tooth, How to Train Your Dragon, that kind of a being, but it was dark. He said purple. And I'm like, wait a minute, I was thinking of that being, have been thinking of as we are,
He
the
was
vibe.
talking about Julie.
Julie. Somebody named Julie here. But I was just saying, like, wow, because I thought of the word crimson. Like, oh yeah, that is why I seen yourself back then about that.
When he was there, he only mentioned one that stuck out the most, but I did see when I was behind, I did see him say like he was thinking 4 dragons. There was a purple dragon, a blue dragon, a crimson dragon, and a black dragon. Those were the 4 that he was talking about. And then he kept saying something about an angel with 4 wings.
Wow, bro.
That has to
My,
be me right there.
my aunt seen all those dragons in her near-death experience. Hey, I have a question though. So if she said that she, like in her near-death experience or a past life when she was getting taken up there by the dragon, like they were showing her past life, and she said that she saved a dragon in our town. It was a different building, but it was like chained down, and she had to go in there and like save it. Like it was like there was all chained down, and she saved it, but then the whole town wanted to kill her, or they did kill her.
Wait, when was this? When did this happen?
This was like not that. This was like because me and her went through like the same attacks, and she went through a near-death experience, but I didn't have it. I went somewhere else. But she went where like she was saved by a dragon, and she was like riding a purple UFO, and they put her on a purple crotch rocket, and she was driving through
Because if this
town.
happened recently, then that means there's more dragons coming in. There's already more dragons here, but I mean, there's more dragons. I
Yes,
was thinking if this happened
she's
last
like,
year.
she says like, "Who's the dragon?" She's thinking I'm the dragon, but I'm like, you're the dragon in a different light, like in a different reality.
Yeah, it's you. You are a dragon. You either have a dragon or you are a dragon. One of the two that I'm understanding.
Wow, bro. Wow.
From my world, there's only two dragons here. From my world, which is me and somebody else. On the earthly dragons, I sense there's a lot of dragons that are from Earth here. I sense there's a lot of walking dragons, there's a lot of wyverns, and a lot of serpent kind of dragons. But there's also three celestial dragons around. I don't know where they are, but I sense them within the people I've come in contact with. I haven't locked them down yet, but there is three celestial dragons. There's a lot of earth dragons, and a lot of the dragons, they are dragonoids beings too. That means that they're dragons that walk on two legs.
But you don't know nothing about us, do you?
Huh?
The Ifrit, the Jinn, the Marads. You don't know about us as well? Yeah, see, I know about us a bit. But it must be I must go more
Unlike
the
other
Eastern.
people, I'm not gonna tread on stuff that I'm not fully aware of. I can only share my experiences and what I know from what Grim has shown me. But there is another being, and he's not very kind right now. And I really don't want to pull that character, that being, because he's really
Yes.
angry right now.
No. Alistair, it's fine. We're taking care of the shit, bro. We don't need that shit. We're good.
Yes.
We're taking care of it, okay?
Yes. My aunt's dragon's very mad too.
This being here is Horus. And I'm not pulling Horus because he's not very happy with a lot of things.
Is it necessary? Do you find it's necessary for me and others to hear this, though? Because there's things that we can do.
Not at this moment, not the message that he wants to bring.
Because I thought it was Alistair again. Like, wait, man.
Not his message. His message is not very... It's very harsh.
And it's not time. It's fine.
I can't be
It's not the
pulling
right
Raw
thing.
either. Because if I pull that Raw or Horus, they're not very happy with certain individuals. And
Yes, and those are like I get that. Those are like ones of the ones that I've been taking care of. That's why he's now. Yeah.
Here. So I kind of stay away from them right now. But there is other beings here. I have Solar. I have Area. And I have Epi. They are more...
Sola. Yay.
You want to hear Sola?
Yeah, because I didn't know who she was. And I want to know, is she actually the one that told the story to a long time ago that was YouTube? Like somebody else heard about a story.
Let me,
Can I ask one
It
thing
was a
too?
physical being, though.
Do they smell? Do the dragons smell? Because I feel like I smell the dragons around me, like the blue. It smells like the blue ocean water kind. It's like a weird kind of blue sweet smell. Okay.
Oh, okay. Because I've been smelling that a lot. I thought it was just Gaia. I thought it was just Gaia.
Yeah, no, I get different.
They often ask me why I keep sniffing the air. Like,
oh, really? You do that too?
I do that too. They're like, why do you keep sniffing?
No, no, I'm fine. Thank you for asking, though. if I was to pull a pop, I can pull a lot of beings, but a lot of them I don't want to because, like Mother Gaia, she drains me like really fast, and I can only
Do
hold
what's
it
necessary for what you
because
really feel.
when she comes out, I get a lot of power, and she exerts a lot of power out because she wants to hand everybody love, and she overdoes it by spewing Mayan out, and it's very
I
hard to
know.
control that.
I'm like, why is this feeling like Lilith energy?
But I mean,
No offense, Mother Guy, but it's definitely feeling like succubus energy.
she is
No,
very.
no. That must be how you perceiving her. She's nothing like that at all.
I just feel like how when my energy keeps getting drained because I'm giving my love to her, but then her love gets swiped by everything else. That just feels like
Maybe
I'm
it's
getting
ego or something. Maybe it's something within you. I don't know. I'm just giving through conclusions. I don't know.
You asked for me.
Yakune sute
What question?
aisuaka. Yeah. Sola, I was wondering if you were the being that was here in physical form as yourself, your reptilian mixture, whatever you may have been in the 80s, explaining a story, maybe it was 1990s, explaining a story to somebody who was in a cabin. Was that you, or was that another one explaining the story of what really is going on?
It was like another being altogether. I'm like a draconian, and like I don't really go to Earth. I use my telepathy, and I visit dreams. I really like don't go there at all because I don't like the negativity and the harmful things that the humans do. I kind of withdraw from that because I want to show humans love with through the dreams and through their minds. I'm afraid of the physical contact because people are afraid of me and my race. It's like I mostly look human, but I have certain features that are not humanoid, and they fear me, and it's scary, and I don't want to make them afraid. And it breaks my heart that I can't do that because when my race first went down there, we tried to go down there. My sisters went down to Earth and tried to be a very loving people to them, and they slaughtered us and called us demons, but we're not demons at all. They 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 made us into something we are not. They looked at us with a bad light, and it hurt us. So we withdrew and like kept to ourselves, and we visit your dreams. We visit you when you need your healing. We use a cloaking sometimes if we really need to heal somebody. We use a cloaking thing where you can't sense us, you can't feel us. We cloak our energies because you humans have evolved into an essential being that can pick up on us now. So we kind of legitimately stay in our peacefulness to help you all. Peace be with you.
Thank you, Sola. Namaste. That was great. Thank you.
Well, there you go. There was Sola.
Well, that was definitely not her because she was draconic. I must have been referring to some lizard.
Does anybody have any questions on Grim, on Sola?
Yeah, I'm looking for questions. I don't see a question other than mentioning.
Have I found Shakura? I know who Shakura is. but she can't recognize who she is because she's tainted and chose a different path.
Yes, and we can change that if she chooses. That's all about choice. Yes. So it's like helping her to see the light. That's all it is. Because that's all of it happening to us. That's all that's happening to us right now.
And this thing with me and Grim and Shakur has been going through time. They've been king and queen together. They've switched. One was a father, one was a daughter, one was a brother, one was a sister. They've been together through multi lifetimes, and that's what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. She has the free will to be who she wants to be. I can't tell her who she is. I can't say, you need to do this, you need to do that. It's a free will. I know who she is. She told me who she was without telling me. But I can't do
Exactly. So why don't we just break the rules and recreate them? Because that's all we are. That's no point. You're saying you can't do that. I'm saying, why don't you just do it? Hey, I think you're like this, and this is what's really going. Don't be all mean about it. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's the way you're coming at it. How gentle are you? How much time you're going to give it? Because you got to nurture. That's what the mother is. That's the yin and yang mother. Or so actually, that's the white mother, isn't it? Gaia is nurture.
Everything has a
Earth is
balance.
nature. Yes.
That's what a lot of people don't understand. You can't, and a lot of people say, well, I have to purge the darkness. I gotta purge the darkness. God save me, I gotta purge the darkness. If you purge all that darkness from you, you won't be able to relate to anybody else. You need that darkness so you can relate to other beings. You need all that light to balance it out. Every
Yes.
has a yin and a yang. You need that balance.
And the anti. Ooh, don't forget that.
It's a balance.
All right, Sharon, have a good night.
Good night.
Well, you guys, when I'm talking exactly what I'm referring to, right? There is the dualistic you, but there's the anti-you, and then there's the anti-them you. And I'm like, what the? This is beyond like comprehension. This why it's always pondering and wondering. That's what it's about. You just gotta figure things out as you go. You don't know where to turn left or right at in any way until you get there. Then you just make a choice. If it's not good or bad, it doesn't matter. It's not where you wanted to be choice. Maybe. So you gotta go ahead and okay, we'll do it again later, or we'll correct it, rectify it later. Right now, I got to continue on with a mission that I'm supposed to be doing. You know, that's why I've always lived like. Yes.
We're all going to get to that life journey, but we're the ones who make the journey hard.
True, that's it. And that's what I've been doing all my life, right? As Mac, it's like, okay, I've been wanting things, pushing things, but everybody else wasn't ready. But everybody else didn't directly need to be ready. I just need to figure Mac out. That's what it was. What's Mac? A freaking vehicle, a freaking Merkaba star right here. That's what we all are.
You're projecting yourself and mirroring
yes
rough life, and you're projecting yourself onto somebody with negative energy and you're mirroring it back at them, you're not going to have that love. Everybody's saying, oh, I don't have love. I don't have love. You have all the love in the world. It's just you have to recognize it. And recognizing
I get rid of the negativity first.
Right? Of you will find that love in the outside. No matter if you try to look for love everywhere, you're never going to find it. In order to find the love, you have to have the love in yourself.
Fall in love with yourself.
When you have that love inside of you, you will find that outside love. You always find the wrong person. Well, if you find the wrong person, maybe you shouldn't be look at the way you're looking at that person and you're the person you're looking for. Change it up. Break the wheel. Break the cycle. We are here.
That's what you were talking about so long ago. Break the wheel and stuff. I didn't get that. Devil. What are you talking about?
Break the wheel. Because if you don't break the wheel, you're never going to change. You're going to spin yourself into an endless cycle. You're not going to change. If you keep
Trinkle, spin, exactly.
I keep finding this one person and it's never working. It's never working. Well, it could be that person and what you're looking for, but it also could be the problem could lie within yourself. Henceforth, you need to break the wheel. You need to create and look and open your mind into new perspectives and new ways of thinking and venture out. If you're looking at one person just for looks, try looking at the inside. Everybody always asks me, why don't I look at this person for the beauty that she had? Honestly, I didn't give a crap. I didn't give a crap about what the person looked like. No. It was the inside that mattered to me. I've been with the ugliest woman and they had the beautiful inside. I've been with the prettiest women and they were ugly.
Yeah, the ugliest, I know, but you gotta have, that's why I'm like, forget that. I gotta have the balance. Fuck that shit. I need the best one for me. Best ones.
I want the balance, and I want somebody that's going to be there and attract me in the mind way. I want to be attracted in the mind way. That is the best love to have. When you have somebody that merges with you, you feel the bond, the merger between two individuals when they finish their sentences.
Vortex, this one in your root chakra.
That
vortex
is the love.
Oh God, y'all! Oh my God, seriously, vortex your root chakra or sacral. I prefer the root and your heart chakra during those acts. Even if it's with yourself, it's mind blowing, and with somebody else, it's much of a stronger connection. It's it's tantric. Basically, that's what it is, I guess. But since we are who we are, it's much more.
You can't help anybody unless you help yourself. You can't love anybody unless you.
Yeah. Duh. Yep.
And the smallest little thing you do can help anybody. It's a chain reaction. I could go out.
Smile, wave at somebody.
Hi to one person. That person could say hi to another person, and it keeps on going. What happens if somebody was thinking about doing some crazy thing, and because you said hi to that one person, 7 people down the line say hi to that person and make that person feel good, he alters his way of thinking. He doesn't do that stupid thing. That is what we need to look for, and that is what we need to do as light workers. And we shouldn't have the fear. And just because you're angry doesn't mean you're negative. You're using your passion, your love, and that unconditional love to express yourself. People were saying, oh, well, you were negative when you were talking all that. No, it really wasn't, because I wasn't looking at it as a negative thing. It was more of being positive to bring the truth to the light. Because do you think for one moment, if people believed in the Bible, that Jesus, what did he do? He went in to the worst of the worst. He found tax collectors, fishermen, all these bad people, and they became his apostles.
Our brother's name is Yeshua, not Jesus. Jesus is a freaking zombie. Thank you.
He didn't go to a church and go, hey, bro, follow me. He wanted to show even the worst of the worst can change, and they did. And he did that, and he proved. And that is what we should be as light workers. We need to do that. And just because you're angry, even in a church, you can be angry. Look at what Jesus did. He went inside the synagogue and tore it up because they were defiling the church. Was that evil? Was he being negative? No. He was expressing himself to show what needed to be done. All of those things that people don't realize is really the case in all. That is what I have to say. Just because
protectors, exactly.
It's not being negative.
No, we're passionate. And that's the thing that I had to deal with growing up as a kid, the same type of stuff there. But yeah, I just want to correct you, man. Guys, it's Yeshua, please. Correct his name. Jesus is a zombie. Jesus is not Yeshua. That's the guy who died on the cross. Yeshua lifted. He just said, okay, I'm going home now, bye. Basically. He's our brother. Come on. He's here in flesh too. That's what's funny about it. That's why I'm a Trinity. All three of it. I got the universe too.
And that is how I often view things. Is I love to hear what people have to say. I love to share their experiences, and I like to learn. So from here on in, I'm gonna start doing lives. I'm not sure when. I haven't really nailed that down yet. I probably was gonna do something on Thursdays. Possibly Thursdays and maybe Tuesdays and Thursdays. I might do lives. And if I do the next one, it's going to be about dreams. I will post it on my page. But yeah, as in the beginning of this chat, in this live, it might have seemed a little negative, and it wasn't meant to be. It was more of we all needed to have that cleaning process to clean out the rest of the cobwebs that were stuck in our head because of some individual. But now we can move on and evolve and help other people and help them ascend and be that community of love and compassion that we're meant to be, and accept everybody for who they are. You never want to hate anybody. You want to hate their actions.
Thank you. Thank God. Yes.
You don't want to hate them. Do I hate any of those people? No, I don't. I hate their actions and what they did and how they treated certain people and how they misconstrued things. I love everybody. I'm a big fluffy freaking teddy bear. And I just want to show my love to everybody and help you all ascend into the place you need to be. Just because Mr. Crook wants to lead people down a road and beaten path, I don't follow it. I'm not going to follow it. I don't have the problem with Anuk. It's the one behind Anuk I have the issue with.
Yes, exactly. The human behind him.
Anuk has all that great knowledge, and it's wisdom. It's great knowledge. But you have to look at it as a thing that you want to learn from. And when you learn, you will experience things that you never experienced before. He has great wisdom. I love the Anuk. I'm just not a fan of the one who does it.
And that's why he left for a while, and Rory started pulling energies without, and that's when the last time he pulled Plato, and it was a dark energy. Those energies, when they're hitting you and they feel like they're in your frontal lobe, telling you that's where it's hard, and that's them. Those are the negative energy. I'm just like, yee! I'm like Granny and freaking Beverly Hills Billy. I'm like, yes, give it to me. And then when I became useless for them, when I'm not going to incubate their new children, they left me alone. They shunned me out of their existence. And recently, they blocked me after I was on somebody else's live. And I was just correcting the guy. That's why I think it's not really him. He's a puppet. He's just a channeler. He's just a channeler. Rory Campbell, just a guy who channels. That's why he's so susceptible for all energies. It sucks for him. It really does. But it is what it is. He'll learn, or he's just gonna ride with what he has. Hey, well,
Somebody brought up to me a good point. You know, maybe that is his calling to do this kind of stuff, and it
yeah,
might
that's
be
what I
my
felt.
calling to
Right, I
talk
would not
about.
be here. Right, I would not be here with you guys if it wasn't from passing through the 4D negative AI anti energy. I had to, because I knew I was the Antichrist. I was supposed to be in the Antichrist, guys. This is before. This is me as a child going nuts, and I did things to people, and well, it happened. I gotta take it like that.
There's other individuals I don't agree with, but I'm not going to speak on them just because it didn't. It uh, people are going to believe what they want to believe. If people want my opinion, I'll give it, but I'm not going to, out somebody on a live because it's not what I want to do. But I have seen many things on TikTok that shouldn't be put out there. And it feels like some people are using and taking advantage of people. And that bugs me within myself. But
Yes, and
again,
that's the things that I was kind of working on last week.
there's, and
Well, one of the things I've learned out of my whole life is you take some things from some people, some things from other people, you bring them all together, you examine them, and you incorporate what you want, you throw away what you don't, you modify some things, you make it your own, and you just move on. And I had a moment where I wasn't able to discern well. Did I have a good time during a good part of that portion of my life? Yes, I did. I enjoyed it until I didn't, and then it was time for me to move on. And I've moved on. It bothers me sometimes when I see that there are some very vulnerable people, and I can see that they're confused. And if they come to me, which they have, they've come to me in private message and said, and I will give them my opinion and tell them it is my opinion. And they can do whatever they want to with it. And to use their own
Yes.
discernment. And that it is very important to clear your channels and listen to your guides. Very
Yes.
important to get in
Yes.
touch with yourself and not let other people tell you what and how to think.
And that's exactly what Anuk was actually stating, and that's exactly what my guides and everybody else's guides see. I pick up signals from like TVs, like messages. I've always have. So you guys telling me this stuff is just more reminding of what I'm doing is okay. I'm doing right.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
Hello.
What up? What up?
What's up, New York?
What's up, guys? Yo, Brim, I was looking for you. You were saying something a couple days ago. I saw you online. I just wanted to.
yeah, we already went all through that.
Oh, okay. Well, I missed it. Fill me in.
Well, I'm going to be posting it on YouTube. The link will be in my bio. So whatever videos that I do here, it'll probably be up by tomorrow. So you can view the YouTube channel that I have up, and you'll see what it was about. I mean, if it resonates with you, cool. If you learn something, cool, But a lot of people here will tell you that you just have to watch the video, I guess, because I don't want to go all back into it. It was very illuminating. I really hope that it helps people move on so we can move on to the next level of this from that cluster mess that we were put in by that individual.
Well, I've definitely learned a lot, and it's basically this how to run this TikTok thing and how to actually do a little bit of extra in the energy fields and all the extra stuff. 'Cause like I said, I would not be, I would still be in Bentonville, Arkansas, twiddling my thumbs doing nothing.
But I
But I
will
was
answer
there because of
questions.
incubating.
If you want, I will answer questions. I just don't want to like go through the whole story because that took an hour and a half.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, the question was, I believe that I saw on one of your videos you were saying that you were going to expose that person,
Yeah.
and can
I
you give
did
me
that
something more?
earlier. For an hour and a half, I told everything, and then I had people come up and we talked about that.
Well, no, I apologize. I missed it. Can you just give me like one of the main things that was exposed?
That what his major thing is it's not the Anuk part that I have a problem with, or any. I don't think anybody else has a problem with the Anuk part of it. It's the Rory part that I have the issue with. The Rory part uses his human self into his channels for one to fit his narrative. I have talked to the original Anuk up in space. I have talked to his wife, and they're not happy at the way they're being portrayed. They're
Gotcha.
really dissatisfied because the way he's doing it, he's giving truth, but with a hidden message. And how he acts with you on TikTok is different from how he acts to the people on the Facebook. He's he made a, he manipulated a lot of us to go to California to live this certain thing and this and that, but it turned out to be two people ended up being homeless because of that,
Mm-hmm.
and he refused to help them.
3 people if you include me the month after because of what happened with the
Yeah,
Winnebago. But I'm a veteran. I'm different.
Okay.
but the whole thing is
Can I ask you a serious question? Because I just been on this app for a few weeks. I met him, got invited to be a host. I'm doing my homework and all that good stuff. Now, when you said I didn't know that people moved to California, so when you said that
Yeah, I'm
he
here now.
convinced, yeah, when he convinced you to move to California, what was the message that you were told, and why did you move to California? And what were you expecting when you moved, and what was the message that got you here?
he wanted. See, we were all living our separate lives, and he wanted us all to be to California because he wanted to have a sanctuary. And multi times I told him we shouldn't be doing this right now. We need to wait. We need to wait. He kept pushing. You need to jump. You need to jump. You need to jump. You need to jump. You need to do it. You need to do it. You need to do it.